You may begin, Chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a regular meeting of the Newark Zoning Board of Adjustment. Today's date is Thursday, July 31st, 2025. The purpose of this meeting is to request for variances from the Newark zoning and land use regulations under the authority of the municipal land use law. If you're an applicant for a D or use variance, you should be aware that such a variance can only be granted after showing that special reasons for the grant of the variance exist and that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the zoning plan of the city of Newark. You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you're an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have the right to appeal to the Superior Court of the state of New Jersey within 45 days of notice of the decision, and that court may overturn the decision of this board. If you're an objector to any type of variance and the variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the state of New Jersey within 45 days decision of this board. If you do file an appeal, we ask that in addition to complying with any notice required by statute or court rule, you serve a copy of your pleadings on the zoning board secretary. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting was placed on the City of Newark website as permitted by statute. Members of the public may notify the host that you would like to ask questions or make statements by using the raised hand feature at the bottom left corner of the computer screen or mobile device. If you are calling in, please press *9 to alert us that you have a question or would like to make a statement. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board, and if an appeal is taken, we're required to provide the Superior Court with a copy of the official transcript. The chat is not part of the official transcript. So we want to make sure any comments you have, any questions you have, the answers to those questions, and your statements are part of the official transcript. So please don't put them in the chat. Use the raise hand feature and we'll make sure that your questions, the answers to those questions, your comments and your statement are part of the official record. Additionally, when you use the chat, it pops up on the screen. It's like yelling out loud if we were meeting in person. So it's disruptive. So please, I'd ask you to refrain from using the chat. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Present.
Member Rivero.
Present.
Member Cobian.
Present.
Member Torres. Vice Chair Mumford. Vice Chair Mumford. Chair Alfont.
Present. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? Adjournments or postponements? I see one raised hand. Ms. Velozzi, are you asking for an adjournment or postponement?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
And which application?
It is ZBA 24-70. I'm sorry, ZBA 24-42, 198-210 Elizabeth Avenue, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are there any interested parties on application ZBA-24-42, 198-210 Elizabeth Avenue, and 1226 Clifton Street? If so, please identify yourself by using the raised hand feature, which you can find at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, please press *9. I'd ask you to do that now. I see, I think I saw 2 raised hands. Screen name, Karima Jackson. Hi, Ms. Jackson. Are you an objector on this case?
Hello, yes, Karima Jackson from the Newark Environmental Commission.
Oh, hi, Ms. Jackson. Thanks for coming out. There was someone else, I think, but I don't see them on this. Ms. Mejia, did you see who the other hand was?
Yes.
Kimberly Dewan, Jawan. Miss, screen name Kimberly.
Speaking.
Hi, are you an objector on this matter?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. And that was everyone. Is that correct, Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Yeah. Council.
Mr. Chairman, since our last meeting, our environmental specialist, Karen Lacey, has been to 2 of the environmental committee's meetings. While she's answered some of their questions, we have not received any feedback from them. So we don't know what else they need from us. So because I don't have those answers, Mr. Chairman, I cannot go forward tonight. I would ask that they at least provide feedback to Ms. Lacey's responses that she gave the board so that we could try to come to a resolution with them. That's why I need the adjournment.
Understood. Ms. Jackson, is that something that the board, you can help the board to do?
I think that's the inaccurate representation of where we are. First, Karen Lacey presented at one meeting on June 11th. She was unable to answer most of the questions because they weren't things that was in her purview. The engineer was scheduled to be at that meeting. He missed much of the meeting and came in at the tail end of that meeting. He then was able to speak to us and explain that he had no answers to the questions we had. And he realized that there was a lot of errors that he made in answering some of the questions he answered. So he committed to resolving those questions on the form and presenting and coming back to our July meeting. Both him and Karen Lacey promised to come back to that July meeting. They were aware of the time, the date, the Zoom link. Nobody appeared at that July meeting. And that is where we left off at. So you are not waiting for us. We are waiting for you.
Mr. Chairman, I was advised they were at the June meeting. I was advised that Mr. Adama here was not at the July meeting, but that Ms. Lacey was. I can only speak with them. I thought we were at the meeting and we were waiting on you, Ms. Jackson. I apologize for that.
Might help if you this might require your intervention, Mr. Velozzi.
I tried to intervene, Mr. Chairman. I advised everybody of the meeting because the board did reach out to me and they stated they were there. And then they stated only Miss Lacey that she was at the next one. So I have to see what's going on because I don't understand why they're telling me one thing. And unfortunately, Miss Jackson is telling me something else, but I'll take care of it, Mr. Chairman.
I preside over those meetings and Miss Lacey was not there. Nobody from your team showed up to the July meeting, and the June meeting they attended. They were not able to answer our questions, but promised to find the answers, to refill out the form, and to present at our July meeting. We scheduled time on our agenda in the July meeting for that. And we wound up filling our agenda and our meeting up with other things because they didn't show up.
Ms. Velozzi, do you have a copy of the questions from our environmental commission?
I do not, but I can email Miss Jackson and request it.
I think that might be helpful. That would help Ms.
Yeah.
Jackson to keep this matter moving on her agenda.
I can resend them to you, but they're the same ones that was in our original response.
Okay.
All right.
I'll review it.
So, Mr. Velozzi, if you can get your experts to get these answers. Perhaps we can come to some conclusion here. Ms. Jackson, we thank you for making that clear. Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little concerned here because this has been going on and over again. This is like the third adjournment. It's almost becoming disrespectful. To keep going back and forth. It's the same story. We didn't make it. They didn't answer the questions. It's like, how many times are we going to adjourn this application to another date? Before you know it, it's going to be 2026. And we're going to keep going, keep adjourning it. It's almost like something's got to give here.
Understood. Council, I hope that you will make something give by giving those answers to the commission so they can do what they need to do in this matter. Ms. Mejia, do we have a date we can do this on? And wait a minute, before we do that, Ms. Jackson, how much time do you think is needed for them to answer, to come up with the answer? And I know that's maybe hard for you to answer the questions, to appear before the Environmental Commission, and for the Environmental Commission to make the appropriate findings.
Thank you for that. And it's part of the unfortunate part about this, because when they came to the June meeting, we were very clear that we were looking forward to them in July, that we believe that it gave us plenty of time to meet with them at our July meeting and to be ready to move forward at this meeting, particularly because we don't meet in August. So they wouldn't even be able to appear before our committee and again into September. And that would require us to push our calendar, which we're willing to do for other matters that we have on the agenda for them in September. But before that, while we would have an opportunity to possibly review their submission, we wouldn't have time in August to actually meet with them, which from that June meeting, it appeared that it was helpful. We even helped the engineer go through the form where he understood that he answered many of the questions wrong because he did not understand how he could go into the map to kind of click and find the answers to some of those questions. So he understood that his form was filled out largely incorrectly. He learned how to fill out the form. He was going to refill out the form, submit it, and represent. So I guess I say all that to say that while we can take some time to review this in August, there wouldn't be time for us to meet with the engineer again until September.
So we're looking at what, you think, November?
At least October or November, yes.
Mr. Velozzi, October, November?
No objections. The longer the better, I think, right now, because I don't understand it at this point. So whatever the board is willing to give us, I'll accept. But if we can stretch it to November, it's probably better.
Ms. Mejia, Commissioner Gomez-Sanchez.
I would just suggest that Mr. Velozzi's professionals be ready next time, assuming he gets the motion this time. Because I don't know if they're ready to go now, but nobody makes a motion. You know, again, this has been to Commissioner Mumford's fault. Comment. It's been too long.
Ms. Mejia, do you have November dates?
Yes, November 6, 13, and 20.
Mr. Velozzi, do you have
No preference, Mr. Chairman.
Chairperson Jackson? I lost you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you have a preference? November
would
6th,
rec-
13th, or what was the last one?
20th.
I would recommend a 20th. It would give us enough time, even if even if they weren't able to kind of meet with us, have time the previous months to come to our meeting, the 20th would at least allow us again to make space for them on our agenda, well ahead of time, be able to review any submissions. So I would say the 20th.
Understood. I think that's a fair request, council.
That's acceptable.
Council, would you agree, once again to renotice via regular mail with the new date, if the board approves that date, and to paste the new date on the sign?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that. May I have a motion to adjourn this matter to November 20th with the conditions council's agreed to?
Motion to approve the adjournment.
Motion, Comesañas, may I have a second?
Second,
Second, Rivera, call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivera,
yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford. Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Ms. Jackson, thank you
Yes.
for, that was Vice Chair. Chair Jackson, thank you for coming out and assisting and your patience here. Ms. Velozzi, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you with this matter resolved on November 20th.
Thank you for your courtesy. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Are there any other requests for adjournments or postponements? Additional requests for adjournments or postponements? Hearing none, call the first case, please.
The time is now 6:34 PM. The first item on tonight's agenda, second, is ZBA 24 65, located at 803 Clifton Avenue in the Forest Hill Historic District, Block 779, Lot 6 in the North Ward. The applicant is 803 Clifton Ave LLC. In the R1 zone, the applicant proposes to construct a new 3-story 2-family residential dwelling with a 2-car garage. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance to permit a 2-family in the R1 zone, and C variances for insufficient side yard setback exceeding maximum front yard setback. Site plan approval is not required. This application was adjourned from the June 12th hearing to this date.
Is council's your whole team in? I see Mr. Roma. Mr. McDonough is raising his hand. Let's bring him in. Do you have anyone else?
Not that we plan to call as witnesses, no.
Okay. Excuse me. If there are any objectors on this application, 803 Clifton Avenue, please identify yourself by raising your hand. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's located in Newark's Forest Hill neighborhood on the eastern side of Clifton Avenue between Grafton and Montclair. The lot area is approximately 3,000 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of detached dwellings and Ridge Street Elementary School. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Good evening, Catherine Kopp at the Law Office of Post Pollock, appearing on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, counsel. Are there any objectors here on this application? Once again, if so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel?
Chair, there's one raised hand.
Oh, there, I'm sorry. Screen name Karima Kayam. Excuse me. Can you turn your video on and unmute yourself? Screen name Karima Kayam. Screen name Karima Kayam. Can you unmute yourself? Well, counsel?
Thank you. As was already stated, the property is located in the R1 zone within the Forest Hill District, Historic District. The lot is currently vacant and tonight we're seeking approval to construct a two-family residence in the R1 zone. Excuse me, we have received a report from Mr. Hazel with planning comments that will be addressed during testimony. For my first witness, I'd like to call Daniel Roma.
Mr. Roma, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address, and your relationship to this application, please.
Yes, my name is Daniel Angel Roma. I'm the licensed architect for Artec Studio LLC, located at 877 Broad Street, and my license is current.
Mr. Roma is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Roma, can you describe the property as it currently exists?
Yes, let me share. Can you see my drawings?
No. Oh, now we can.
Yes or no? Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. The property is located in R1 district. The address is 803 Clifton Avenue, lot number 6, block 779. I want to tell you something about this property. This property was approved in 2012. We went in front of the board for the historic district, and then we went in front of the board of adjustment. In 2012, it was approved as a two-family. Then in 2018, the client started building this new two-family. But he then died and he couldn't finish the project. In 2018, he stopped working on this property, and then was a couple of years with that the family owned, and finally they sold the property to my client. My client removed in 2023 the footing and foundation that were prepared and done by the previous owner. Now my client wants to rebuild this two-family that was approved before, and as everything expired, we went back to the historic district. We showed the project and was also approved. And now we are going back to the Board of Adjustment to show what we're proposing.
Counsel, is your client suggesting that there's no need to come before this board?
No, we're just giving some history as to what had happened previously.
Okay. Strange to come from an architect, though, but
I remember the project. That's why I
well, yeah, it really has nothing to do with architecture, but yeah, let's continue.
Okay. All right. As I said, the property is located in R1 district. The lot is 25 by 120 for a total of 3,000 square feet. On the comments from the planner, there were a couple variances that we solved. One of them was a front yard. Our plans do not require any front yard variance. We are going to have a front yard variance that is prevailing, 5 feet, 0.2. The other things that were said on the planner report was that there was missing a tree, and we are going to have a tree in the front on the sidewalk, and one tree in the backyard. The only variance that we're going to have is first the use variance in R1 and 2 families not a permitted use. The second variance is a side yard. We have 2 side yards. One side yard is 3.2, the other side yard is 1.8, and the side yard is supposed to be 0 or 3. We have 1.8 because looking at the property, the neighbor to the left has 1.2, and with a 1.8 we'll have a 3 feet between our building and the neighbor's building. And that's the reason. And the last variance is transparency. We require to have a 30% transparency on the front elevation. I'm going to show later the elevation, and we have 23%. I think that we have enough glass on the front facade, but let me go now to the site plan. The site plan, as I said before, the front yard is 5.2 feet, the same that the house to the left. Here we have 3 feet between the bay of the neighbor and the new building. On the right side, we have a 3.2 side yard. The building will be 20 feet by 70, a total of 1,400 square feet on the first floor, and the rear yard will be 42.8 feet. You can see here in the back proposed one side tree, and in the front you see a proposed shade tree in the front of the house. Let me floor plans. First ground floor, we have to the right the entrance. We want this house looks from the outside like it's one family. That's why we have only one door to come into this building, and the entire building will have a sprinkler system. We have a 2-car garage. Behind the 2-car garage, we have a door having access to the back of the house. We have a recreation area, 1 bedroom, and a full bathroom. One of the comments from the planner also told us to remove the bath, and we're going to do that. And instead of a full bathroom, will be only a toilet, half a bathroom. Also on this floor, we have the laundry room, mechanical room, and some storage. From the front, we go up to the second floor. When we are on the second floor, we come in and we have living room, a 12 by 17 tree, coming back, a kitchen, a U-shaped kitchen, dining area, a full bathroom, and 3 bedrooms. The first bedroom is 9.8 by 11.6, second bedroom 9.8 by 11.6, and the master bedroom 13.5 by 13. The master bedroom will have a master bathroom and a walk-in closet. From this floor, you can go down to the first floor where you have the recreation area, half a bedroom. If we keep going up to this floor is a total of 1,420 square feet. And then we go up to the third floor or attic space. You will see later on the facade. We have a living room, U-shape kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms. 13.1 by 12.4, 13.6 by 10.4. Also, we have a washer and dryer stackable on this area. If we go to the elevation, so you can see here the front elevation. The reason why I said I think that have enough glass. You can see here on the attic space, you see 3 bigger 3 by 5 windows. On the second floor, we have 4 3 by 5 windows, and on the first floor, we have the main entrance with the glass on the window, on the door, and the garage door also have glass. Here you can see the right side elevation. The materials that we're using is fiber cements, shingles on top of these 3 windows, bottom and on the top of the roof, fiber cement shingles. Then we have a fiber cement siding, color beige, all around the building. The land goes down approximately between 5 to 6 feet. That's why you can see here on the side the steps coming to the back. And you can see here on the back elevation, we have the stairs going down to the rear of the property. Again, the materials we're using is fiber cement, lap siding, James Hardy, Navajo beige for the siding all around. The shingles, shake siding, James Hardy also, and asphalt shingles on the roof. Some pictures of the area. This is the site where we're planning to build this new 2-family. To the left, this is the existing house. To the right, we have a garage, and if we keep going, we have a bigger 3-family on the corner of Grafton and Clifton. Top, we can see some of the houses that are located on the side. These 807, 811 is also a 2-family. 813, 817 also 2 or 3 family dwellings. Let me show you.
Mr. Roma, what's the basis for you saying these are 2 families?
Well, the planner
Did you
will
inspect the houses? Did you go and inspect them?
I see the.
Did you go inside and inspect these houses?
No, I was not inside. I was outside, and I
Did you
see
look at the plans
electric
for these
meters.
houses?
I saw the electric meters on the outside of these houses. Some of have 4 electric meters.
So
and
your
3 meters.
testimony is based on the fact that they have more than 1 electric meter?
That's correct. That's the
That's
reason.
the basis for your saying that. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Let me show you. This is the rendering. This is how this house will look like. Where I said before, we have only 1 door to get into the building, and this was presented to the historic district and was approved. Let me. These are the 2 elevations that I have, and basically this is my presentation for tonight.
Council?
Just a couple of quick follow-up questions. Is there going to be lighting in the exterior of the building?
Anyone?
Lighting?
Yes, you can see here on the rendering, we have some lighting next to the garage door, one at each side. We have one at each side of the garage door and the other on the other side of the main entrance.
Okay. All right, and then there will be landscaping done as well?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect? Mr. Roma, do you know what was on this site prior? Was there anything on this site before? If you know?
You asking me?
Yeah, if you know. And what's the basis for this?
As far as I remember, I started working on this project in 2011. At that time, there was no buildings. Then I have pictures.
Was this part of the lot for that house that's next door to it? If you
No,
know.
no, I don't know. I think that this was
No.
always a separate lot.
Huh? Ms.
I
Mejia,
can show.
Ms. Mejia, I wonder if we have any background on this lot. Can you take a look and let us know? Are there any other questions for the architect on this case? Are there questions from the
Yes.
public? I'm
Hello,
sorry.
can I speak?
Who's speaking?
This is Karima Kayam.
No, you may not, Ms. Kayam, not yet, but we're coming to you. This is a chance for the board. If the board has no questions, now we'll open the questions to the public. Ms. Kayam, could you give us your name and your address for the record, please? You're muted, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Karima Kayam. I'm at 805 Clifton Avenue.
Thank you. Your
New
question
Jersey.
to the architect, ma'am.
So I'm at the house right next to it. So my question, I had two actually questions. The first question would be the number of feet that is supposed to be between, like, for the side yard on my side. Is it possible to make that 3 feet on my side?
Mr. Roma, what's the proposed dimensions, the proposed side yard?
Okay. And let me share. Okay. Between your house and you have a bay in the middle of the house. Between your bay and our house will be 3 feet. The good thing about this wall is that we are not going to have any windows. Means that on this wall, that will be 3 feet on the bay and 4 feet 2 inches on the rest, from the front to the back. You are not going, nobody will be able to see your house. That was one of the comments from the historic district. The historic district, they didn't want us to have windows on the left side, and that's why all the windows are on the right side of the house.
Okay, so we're not referring to the property line. It's not from the property line. So I was speaking about from the property line, because
from the property line,
I do have a bay window, but my bay window is actually on the second floor.
yes.
So
On the bottom will be 4 feet 3 inches from the house, from your house to the proposed house will be 4 feet 3 inches
Right, so,
and 3
but,
feet at the bay.
right, so the requirement, isn't the requirement that your property has to be 3 feet from the property line?
Yeah, it's a general, yes, and
Not my house, not
yeah,
my
your house,
I'm
your
sorry.
house is existing. House is existing, but they're supposed to be also 3 feet. But we are providing the 3 feet on the bay.
So there's no way you can push it over to make it 3 feet from the property line. Because you're saying that it's more than 3 feet if you start at my property, but your property is not 308 and 305 is not, they were the same property at one time. Because that's what I was told. They were the same property, and before I purchased the property in 2014, they split the property in half and sold me that half. That's what I was told after I purchased the property. So, but right now it's on record that the property was divided in half, and that that it's 2 different properties. So if it's 2 different properties, then you can't take my property, you can't use my 2 and something inches to accommodate for the 3 feet on that side just because you don't have side windows. I have side windows. I have a side door.
Well, what we're doing is we're giving you that area. The entire area will be for you to use. It's like you're gaining another 1 foot 8 inches, basically, because we are not going to be able to access to that area. That will be all yours. If
And then
because
too, and then too, I would think based off of my Google search, and I'm not an attorney or anything, I would think that the split and the division of the property was illegal. It was done illegal, because how can it be done legally if you have to go through variances just to get the property there, just to build something there? And you even said the bay window on the second floor is protruding in my sidewalk. So that's not even accommodate for the 3 feet on both sides of the house.
Miss Kayam,
Yes.
if you'll permit me, Mr. Roma, is it your testimony that the required side yard in this district is 3 feet?
It can be 0 or 3 feet.
The side yard.
This yeah.
And
instead of being 0, I give 1 foot 8 inches. That the total will be 3 feet between the bay and our house, and on the other side will be 4 feet 2 inches.
Let me ask in a different way. Are you does this application need a variance for this side yard?
Yes.
And why?
Because it has to be 0 or 3 feet.
And what is it now?
1.8.
Is that helpful, Ms. Kayam?
I understand that part. I was under the impression that it had to be 3 feet. That's why he put in for variance for the side yard.
They need, you're correct. They do not comply with the side yard requirement, and they are requesting a variance.
Because it should be 0 or 3 feet.
That is his testimony. Do you have any other questions for him?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the architect? Hearing none, council?
Okay, I'd like to call John McDonough.
Mr. McDonough, would you raise, hold on, I see a hand. Michelle Butchko. Can we bring in Michelle Butchko? Ms. Butchko, can you, screen name Michelle Butchko, could you turn on your camera and unmute yourself, please? Ms. Butchko, screen name Michelle Butchko, could you turn on your camera and unmute yourself, please? Screen name Michelle Butchko. Can you unmute yourself, please? If not, I'm going to be forced to move on. Mr. McDonough, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Well, Ms. Butchko,
Yes,
do you have a question for the architect?
I do. I have several.
Ma'am, could you
Yes.
state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Michelle Butchko, 622 Clifton Avenue in Newark.
Thank you. Ms. Butchko, your questions for the architect, please.
Yes, I'm really not familiar with this application at all. But the architect has mentioned several times that it's gone before the Landmark Commission and it's been approved. I have no recollection. I go to every single hearing. When was the last time your application was approved? What were the comments? If it was in fact approved, was it administrative? Was it at a public hearing? I'm just a little surprised that I didn't know anything about it.
If you can answer, Mr. Rama.
I don't remember. Maybe the lawyer has
Ms. Count, you submitted in your package of submissions, you submitted the decision, I believe it's I could call it the decision of the Historical Commission. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Can you tell us when that's dated, counsel?
The date I'm looking at, looks like November 18th, 2024, it was signed.
Counsel, did you present at that hearing?
I did not.
Okay. So counsel, do you know if it was done administratively or at a public hearing, if you know?
I believe it was at a public hearing. My understanding is that there were multiple public hearings. If I'm recalling correctly, I think there were 3 hearings that this application was presented. The board had made comments at various hearings, and so the plans had been revised and resubmitted, and ultimately approved.
Thank you. And were there any comments, counsel, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay,
I believe that there were
any
comments
comments?
about the appearance, but specifically, I don't know.
And were there any comments placed on the approval?
It just says approved as presented for new construction.
Thank you. Ms. Butchko, any further questions?
Yes, was it approved as a 2-family in an R1 in a historic zone?
Butchko, the Historical Commission has no power to do that.
Okay, all right.
Only this board does, and
I see.
that's why they're here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You have no further questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, Let's try again.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Second time's the charm. Here we go. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough. And my address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I'm the project planner.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, is your planning license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of planning. Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, can you describe the project, please?
Sure thing. So we're looking at a two-family in an R1 zone district. We know that's always tricky here before this board, especially in light of the fact that you just went through a zoning update where you held one family, not two family, in the R1 zone district. In my mind, that brings this back to the board where we look at site-specific conditions, we look at the surrounding neighborhood context. And what I'd like to do is share with the board what we saw as we did some research of the surrounding neighborhood. And we think this is a situation where you've got some good neighborhood context to justify the relief that the applicant is seeking. But with your permission, Mr. Chair, we're going to throw on the screen here a little two-sheet exhibit.
Has this been presented to the board, Mr. McDonough?
I do not believe that this has been handed up yet.
We're going to mark this A1, 2 sheets. Counsel, would you get a copy of this to the secretary?
Yes, absolutely.
Possible. Thank you. Mr. McDonough, Counsel, Mr. McDonough.
Okay, so you'll see on the first sheet of A1, it's a GIS plotting. It's an aerial photograph. We've taken the subject property and we've outlined it in yellow, which, as you heard through Mr. Roma's testimony, is, I believe, approximately 3,000 feet, 30 feet wide, 100 feet deep. Which would meet the ordinance requirement for a two-family based purely on building type. As you well know, the lot size requirement here in the city now, based on the new zoning for a two-family and for a three-family, is exactly the same. We know in the R1 zone, 5,000 square foot is the minimum lot area required, so it's an undersized lot at the outset. We've got frontage on Clifton Avenue, and we're near the intersection with Grafton Avenue, and you see a lot of colors here. And what we tried to do was highlight, again, based on what we see on your tax records. Those are the only records we had direct access to. So we went with pink for the two families, red for the three family, purple for the four family, and then of course you've got the dominant feature, the school right across the street in gray. So the key point here is it's not a pure R1 street, particular Clifton Avenue, in that we do have an abundance of three families and two families. We do have some one family on the street, but again, introducing a two family here does not necessarily break up the character of the neighborhood. Importantly, also, we struck in a heavy dashed line here to show that we're at the divide between the R1 and the R2. We've actually got some case law that comes from the Supreme Court here in New Jersey. It's a case known as the Himeji case, which says that boards can give deference to the fact that a site that's on the edge of a zone where the use would be permitted could be a basis for grant of use relief. So again, we're giving the board some legal frame of reference. We're giving the board some neighborhood reference as well. To give some consideration here to what the applicant is looking to do. Were we on the other side of the school, I might have a differing opinion here, where we are clearly starting to work our way into pure one-family neighborhoods. But here on Clifton Avenue, I think suffice it to say, the diversity of building types and uses in the neighborhood is what makes this side of the street special. And the fact that it does back up to that C2 zone district, again, is something we think the board can give some deference here as well. Also important to me was that this application did pass muster through the Historic Commission as well. And I know it went through a number of refinements before we ultimately landed at Mr. Roma's design here. So again, your Historic Commission which does give consideration to the historic character of the area, has found that there is good compatibility in that regard. We all know the ultimate decision makers are the board here in terms of neighborhood compatibility. But from a planning standpoint, given that variety and diversity of here, this one infill lot could be accommodated on this lot as a two-family without being substantially disruptive to the neighborhood. I talked about this not being a true R1 street by virtue of the diversity here, the edge of the zone, the historic approval, and the fact that the neighborhood is loaded with 2, 3, and 4 family dwellings. We always look at the purposes of zoning in the land use law and the site suitability. I think the board can find that the site is particularly suitable for two-family here by virtue of the site condition. It is a cleared lot, it is vacant, it is of appropriate size to accommodate two-family as determined elsewhere in your zoning ordinance. I think the board can also find that the site is particularly suitable for the use by virtue of its context. And we'll just go back and look at the exhibit that you have here. In terms of purposes of zoning, we can look at purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare, new housing stock to replenish the older housing stock here in the community. Purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land. The property in its current condition is not serving any public purpose, and this is an opportunity here to provide needed housing, eliminate a vacant lot, which is something the master plan talks about over and over again, about encouraging. Lastly, purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment. The fact that this application has been well vetted by your historic commission, which are the arbiters of historic preservation here in the community. All of that goes towards the positive criteria. With respect to the negative criteria, I thought it was important that Mr. Roma came up with a design that could be adequately parked here. There's adequate water capacity, there's adequate sewer capacity to accommodate a two-family dwelling here. And lastly, I believe that a two-family here would not, again, be out of character with the mixed character of the area. That one setback, the 1.8 versus the 3 feet, requires variance relief. It does meet building code, so there's no violation of building code there. And the overall building size, I think, is appropriate for the area and not oversized. There's no building height relief being requested here. And then lastly, with respect to your zone plan and ordinance, I said it at the outset, you have new zoning here that says no no two families in the R1 zone. That to me requires a site-specific analysis, and the board has to be careful that approval here would not be tantamount to a rezone. That would apply across the entire R1, and I think the board can find here that this is relief that relates to a distinct piece of property, given what's around it, and will not be tantamount to a rezone. So for that, I think the applicant meets its burden for the D1 use relief that it's asking to move on, and for that C relief for that setback as well. And I'll just leave you with that visual of what's there now. This is the property, it's just sitting. I know we have our interested party, mentioned the windows on the side. And again, I think as Mr. Roma said, that will comply with all fire safety and life safety and building code requirements. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll pause. I'll certainly open up to any questions from the board or our interested parties here. But I believe there's enough criteria here for the board to move favorably on the application.
Thank you. Counsel, any further questions for this witness?
Just one follow-up. Based on testimony provided earlier about the prior approval for the appearance of the building by the Historic Commission, is there justification for the variance related to the transparency?
Yes. Again, I think there's two justifications there. One, we always look to building code that this allows for adequate light trespass, and it's always providing a balance here between good design, privacy, and adequate light. And I think Mr. Roma has certainly met that goal here from an architectural standpoint. It's a nice looking design, and I think that's reinforced by the finding of the Historic Commission here that it does pass muster with the commission as well.
Okay, and just to confirm, we're seeking 3 variances, correct? The use, minimum side yard, and minimum transparency.
That's correct. I believe the variance for front yard, Mr. Roma said, is going away. And then the other relief that Mr. Hazel had mentioned in his report was the tree, which I'm hearing now we can also comply with. So,
Okay.
yeah, 3 variances.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Questions for the planner from the board? Questions for the planner from the board? Commissioner Gomez-Sanchez.
Mr. McDonough, in your research, do you have any indication that this was previously a subdivision, or if this lot was intended to be this size? Did you come across anything like?
I honestly, Commissioner, I did not go back and research the history of the platting of this lot. How we got here, I did not check.
Thank
It's
you.
been that way for a while. It's been that way as far, I could go back maybe 20 years. It looks like it's been that way for a while.
Thank you.
Are you saying you know that for a fact, Mr. McDonough?
No, I just went back and looked at
Did you
some.
go back for 20 years, Mr. McDonough?
I went back and looked at
Did you go back for 20 years? You just said you went back to look for 20 years.
yeah, I was looking at tax maps, like not the actual physical platting.
So
I'm sorry, tax records, Mr. Chair, tax records.
that's a big difference. I'm sorry, I missed someone's hand. Commissioner Torres.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, how many one-family homes are in that area, that particular area?
Well, again, Commissioner, my research is based on the tax records. These are not corroborated with zoning or building in the city. That would take a much more extensive analysis. Just to go back to what I had put on the screen before. So in the immediate neighborhood, and if we want to isolate it to Clifton Avenue, you can see there's mixed here. This comes out through our GIS. I populated what I saw as 2 or 3, and that's how I color coded it. I saw 1 here, so I did not color code that. I didn't see anything here, so I did not color code that. And then, of course, on the other street, you have some 1s, which I did not color code. But I'm not sure if you can see my little numbers there, but that's what the GIS populated for us. We do start to have 1 families as we work our way on the other side of the school, past Ridge Street and over to the next street over. There's a lot of 1 families there.
Okay, so the color code, the brown color code, that's more than 1 family?
Yes, and I'll do it again because I probably went way too fast, but the legend, I'm not sure, I hope the colors are showing the same for you, but this is a pinkish color for 2 family. So all of these pinkish colors have number 2 associated with them in our GIS. The reddish color, maybe that's brownish on your screen, is this darker color. There's a lot of those in the neighborhood. And then 4 family, I went with purple. And then this gray on the bottom. That all of these lots over here, which are showing up as 1, are, I guess the school is cut up into multiple lots. You have the school itself, the academic building, and then you have the grounds. This is all lawn or open space. So I was trying to think of why the zone line was here where it is, as opposed to here where we have more 1 families. And maybe, again, I don't want to speculate why. I'm not sure why.
Thank you. Any further questions, Ms. Torres?
Thank you. No, thank you.
Any other questions from the board for
No.
the planner? Mr. McDonough. The map you made showing more than 1 families, your testimony is that that's based on the tax map. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that means that you can't tell us which are legal 2 families, which are legal 3 families, which are legal 4 families. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not without a deeper dive into the city records for each one of those.
Right. Um, in fact, in the North Ward, in this area, are you familiar with the area?
Yes,
It's
yes,
characterized by large houses on large lots. Isn't that fair to say?
absolutely. I agree with
And one
that.
of the problems that the city experienced was illegal conversions with these houses. Are you aware of that?
Yes, very much so.
And would you agree that we characterize an illegal conversion with someone cutting up one of these large houses, one-family houses, zone one-family houses, and making them into two or more family houses illegally? Is that correct?
Yes,
So everything that you colored, you don't know if those are in fact illegal conversions. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
They could be illegal conversions, and that's been a real problem in this area, correct?
Yes, so all I can say, Mr. Chair, is there's evidence of, I'll say, multifamily there, two-family, three-family.
Right, but we don't know if it's illegal or not, which is a problem in this area, and that's your testimony.
Yes,
This is in a historic area, is that correct?
yes.
Do you know what it's called?
Um,
Forest Hill Historic Area, something.
Forest Hills,
right?
yes.
How many historic areas do we have in Newark? If you know.
Historic districts, Mr. Chair?
Districts, I'm sorry, yes.
You have multiple. I don't know a round number off the top of my head.
Are they plentiful in Newark?
No,
There's a very few, is that correct?
correct,
And we try and keep these historical districts true to their nature, isn't that correct?
correct.
And this lot is unusual. The size of this lot, it's small, is unusual for a lot this size, this small, to be in that area. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the testimony from Ms. Khayyam, who said that when she bought the house, she was told this was subdivided and it used to be part of her lot, that she could be correct there, right?
She could be, yes.
Yeah. How much space is required to build a one-family in an R1 district?
5,000 square feet.
This lot doesn't have 5,000 square feet, does it?
It has 3,000.
So this lot would, building a house on this lot, any size house, would be sort of unusual, uncharacteristic for the zoning of this neighborhood, correct?
It would be non-conforming as to lot area, yes.
Because of its small size, right?
Correct.
The Historic Commission. The Historic Commission couldn't approve that this house be built as a two-family on this lot. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. The only authority comes with this board.
And in fact, the Historic Commission can't approve building a one-family on this lot, could they?
That's correct. They're advisory.
So their advice was limited to the design, isn't that correct?
Yes, and compatibility with the historic district.
All right. We recently went through a new master plan, is that correct?
Yes,
And based on that master plan, there was a new zoning ordinance written, isn't that correct?
that is correct.
Am I correct to say that both the master plan and the zoning ordinance kept this district as a one-family district, including especially this property? Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And it did so, it labeled the importance of maintaining the characteristics of R1s in our city, especially in this area. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Are there any other questions for the planner from the board? Are there questions for the planner from the community? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a telephone, please press *9. I think I saw a hand before. If you have a question for the planner, please raise your hand now. I see no raised hands. Counsel, do you have any further witnesses in this matter?
I do not.
It is now the time, I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's now time for members of the public to make statements regarding this application. If you'd like to make a statement regarding this application, I'd ask that you raise your hand. You'll be identified. I'll ask you to submit to the oath, and you'll be given 3 minutes to make your statement. Is there anyone, members of the public, excuse me, who care to make a statement at this time? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your computer screen. I see no raised hands. Counsel?
Thank you. So applicant has satisfied the Medici standard to justify the use variance. To satisfy the positive criteria under a D1 variance, we must show that the proposed use promotes the general welfare and that there are special reasons justifying the deviation from the zoning ordinance, which testimony has been provided, excuse me, that the site is particularly suited to the proposed use. As Mr. McDonough testified, in other areas of the city, the zoning ordinance requires 2,500 square feet for a two-family house. And this property provides 3,000 square feet, so it is larger than required in other sections of the zoning ordinance for a two-family home. We are providing off-street parking for the residents. And to point out, again, to reiterate, although the Historic Commission cannot approve the use itself, they did approve the structure as presented as far as appearance on the exterior. And it was, as you can see in their written decision, the use of the house as a two-family was disclosed at the time of application. So the Historic Commission did make their recommendation with that information in hand. Excuse me. As Mr. McDonough had testified, there are multiple purposes of the MLUL that are promoted through this application, and there are no substantial detriment to the surrounding properties or to the zoning ordinance or the master plan. Excuse me. Although a recent amendment to the zoning ordinance did not change the use, flexibility through variance is a critical component of equitable land use regulation. And it would be particularly appropriate for this property since the surrounding properties do appear to have multiple multi-family homes, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 surrounding it. The proposed two-family home is designed to be compatible in scale, character, and appearance to the existing homes, and it will have a feel of a one-family home, even though internally it is set up as a two-family. And with that, I submit to the board, we request that the application be approved as submitted and testified to this evening.
Thank you, counsel. Comments from the board? Are there comments from the board? Commissioner Riviero.
Yes, through the planner's presentation, I saw enough multifamilies, supposedly, through tax records that there's plenty of other unit properties there that has multiple units. Now, I understand your point of view, Chairman, that there are a lot of illegal units, a lot of illegal doings, but that is way too many to be incorrect, or at least I believe so. So I will be in favor of this application because there are multiple properties there. There are multifamily. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggiero. Commissioner Comesañas.
I don't love this application because I don't like this scenario. I think there's a lot of, what was this? What, was the previous approval associated with a subdivision? Things of that nature. I do know, I'm very familiar with the area. I've been in and out of those homes, went to that school. That's my backyard. I'll tell you who used to live in those homes. So I do know that, not all of them are one families. The Forest Hill area is historically known for large one-family lots, but usually closer to the schools, they started getting smaller homes and more density. But I am disappointed that this far into people trying to convert R1s into R2s, nobody's pulling Oprah reports on the neighboring properties to get information on what's actually there. Right? Could take a lot of the guesswork. The chairman asks a lot of the same questions all the time. Do you know? And there's plenty of things you could do besides the tax map where you would know exactly what's there. So I think it's an unfortunate circumstance that there's so much open-endedness here. But I think the other alternative is, well, nobody's going to build. It's going to be city-owned. It's going to sell again. Somebody's going to come to the board. It's going to get denied. Or the fear is that they rezone it, and now somebody builds a 3-family or 4-family there in 7 years when the new master plan comes out. I'm not crazy about the project, but I'm not against it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hardesty.
I guess I echo a lot. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what the commissioner has just said, but I still think about the fact that we can't go by that there may be a lot that's already there, because the point of them being there and they're not in compliance, we can't side on that side, and that the master plan was just redrawn and they did not opt to change the zoning of that particular area. So I just wanted to put that comment on the record.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? Let me try and put some of the reasons I will not be in support of this motion. There is no doubt in my mind that Ms. Khayyam's statement that this was a subdivision, I believe that. I believe she's correct. She asked, she testified to that. Mr. McDonough said that would be in character with this neighborhood. And this is happening in this area where folks are trying to carve up their larger lots in the historic site in order to do more development to make money. And it is a practice which runs afoul of the intent of the historic neighborhood. This application wouldn't even would have no chance anywhere else in the state. Probably wouldn't even be brought anywhere else. Not only are they asking to build on a very undersized lot for this area, but they're asking to build a 2-family in a 1-family district. It's outrageous. And of course, it encroaches on the side yard of the adjoining house, because it was never intended to be a lot to be built on. But we're here now. We're here now. Now, the question is, do we allow this applicant to violate a law, which our ordinance, which we're duty bound, I believe, to protect? I don't have to tell the members of this board the intensity with which the city went through to redo the master plan, to redo the zoning ordinance. And there was significant upzoning. Upzoning was the word of the day. And there are few R1s left. You don't get to violate, and we should not violate the law of the city after the master plan, after zoning, to determine that this should stay in R1 because there are other more than R1s around here, and we don't even know if they're legal or not. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to spot zone. And this looks like spot zoning. Folks, this is an R1, and it's an R1 in a historic district. I urge you not to let this slippery slope start. Because next, someone else will be coming. Oh, this one is you approved this last time. We've heard this. We are here to uphold what's best for the city. There are no special, the special reasons that were brought up here are specious. It will have a detrimental effect on this zone because it will be a legal two-family, which we created, where we don't even know if any exist. It will be on a smaller lot. It will encroach on the neighbor's side yard, and it will encroach with a two-family. So what we do here matters. What they are asking here is a significant change, a significant detrimental change to the R1 zone, and it's increased by the fact that it's an historic R1 zone. Now, they can build here. They can build, and they can build a one-family. But no, that's not good enough here. They don't want to build what our ordinance permits on this undersized lot, unusual for the area. They want to double it. It doesn't belong here. It's a detriment to the zone. It's a detriment to the historical site. And it begins to, it may be, in fact, be spot zoning. And it's not our job to change a zone for causes such were put on the record in this case. I am very against this, and I urge its defeat. Let's keep our R1s, which there are few of, R1s. Are there any other comments from the board? If there are no other comments from the board, may I have a motion, please? Commissioner Riviero.
Motion to deny ZBA 24-65 located at 803 Clifton Avenue.
We have a motion to deny. A yes vote will be a vote to deny. May I have Commissioner Riviero? May I have a
Second.
Second, Commissioner Jones. Call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
Yes to deny.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes to deny.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes, to deny.
Chair Alphont.
Yes, the application is denied. Thank you, counsel. Call the next case, please.
Thank you.
The time is now 7:41 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 25-12, located at 70 Millington Avenue, Block 3035, Lot 65, in the South Ward. The applicant is IWS Development, Inc. In the R1 zone, the applicant proposes new construction of a two-family dwelling. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance to permit a two-family in the R1 zone, and C variances for insufficient on-site tree and insufficient side yard setbacks ×2. Site plan approval is not required.
The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to 70 Millington Avenue, which is located in Newark's Clinton Hill neighborhood. The site is located on the southern side of Millington Avenue between Clinton and Ingram Places. The total site area is approximately 4,025 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of detached dwellings. Council, is council here? I don't.
Yes,
Yes, council, your name?
Robert Taylor.
Okay,
Can you see me?
yes, I do now. Mr.
Right.
Taylor, is your entire team in?
And to my knowledge, my team is present, Mr. Chairman.
Who, Mr. McDonough?
Mr.
and-
McDonough and
Mr. Roma?
No, not Mr.
No?
Roma.
Uh-oh.
No.
Who?
Mark Best. Mark Best.
Is Mr. Best in? Can we bring Mr. Best in, Miss Maya?
Yes.
There he is, okay. This is application ZBA 25 70 Millington Avenue. Are there any objectors to this application? If so, please identify yourselves by raising your hand. You can do that by putting a cursor at the bottom of your screen and clicking using the raise hand feature. If you're on a telephone, please press *9 and ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members. My name is Robert Taylor, and I am the attorney for the applicant, IWS. The subject premises is 70 Millington Avenue. That's block 3035, lot 65. The address is currently a vacant lot. The zone district is an R1 zone district. That's a single family residential zone district. The applicant is proposing the construction of a 2-family residential dwelling. And as was indicated before, there's no site plan approval with respect to this application. The applicant is seeking a D1 variance and a C variance for a side yard setback. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 witnesses. Well, actually 2, perhaps 3. One is Mark Best. We will try to qualify Mr. Best as a expert in the field of architecture. And Mr. John McDonough, we'll try to qualify Mr. McDonough as an expert in the field of planning. If there are no questions of me at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call my first witness.
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to call at this time Mr. Mark Best.
Thank you. Mr. Best, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please?
Name is Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name is B-E-S-S, Best. Address is 211 Warren Street, Newark, New Jersey. And my firm is Blackberry Studios, and we prepared the architectural design for this project.
Mr. Best, have you appeared before this board in the past?
Yes, I have, sir.
And have you been accepted as an expert in the field of architecture?
Yes, I have, sir.
And is your architectural license in the state of New Jersey currently in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We'll recognize Mr. Best as an expert in the field of architecture. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Best, would you be kind enough to share your screen with the board?
Certain.
Not seeing it.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Best, I'm going to ask you at this time to describe to the board the details of the proposal for this 2-family residential property or structure, if you prefer, at 70 Middleton Avenue in Newark.
The proposed structure sits on a vacant lot, currently vacant lot. It will occupy, the lot is dimensioned at 25 feet by 109 feet. The building itself will have a total square footage of about 2,530 square feet. It's a two-story wood frame dwelling, as seen in this image here in the front. The property will sit on the lot as shown. It will have 2 3-bedroom units, and we're asking for relief on one of the sides. We have 3 on one side, 2 on the other side. We have our driveway in the front, landscaping, which I'll get into in a moment, front entrance, concrete walkway on the 3-foot side, with our units in the back, 8 air condensing units. The property meets all of the requirements for stormwater drainage. We've calculated that approximately 213 cubic feet of water is required. It's calculated, proposed as 282, and that unit will capture the water as seen back here in the center image. And here's our stormwater volume calculations. As I mentioned earlier, the AC condensers are in the back, accessed through the 3-foot side walkway. Utilities will be connected to the street. We have our stormwater that's going to be coming from the stormwater capturing device into the street, overhead electric lines to bring in power to the building. We have a 1.5-inch gas pipe for utilities, and our 1-inch water pipe, and our 4-inch sewer line. As far as construction goes, ground stabilization is addressed with the appropriate details on following sheets of the pages and the standard notes that accompany that. Soil erosion has been taken care of in our site plan as well. In terms of trees and planting on the site, we have 3 different types that we're proposing. There we go. At the front, we have a green Zelkova tree in the front. We have along each side of the paved driveway area, boxwoods kind of line that driveway area. And then in the back, we have 3 skip laurels in the rear of the property in terms of landscaping. Additionally, in terms of site lighting, we have 2 different types of site lighting. We have a low profile element that's going to run along the side and walkway, stowing 1-foot candle along the walkway. And then at the front and at the rear, we have a wall mounted light that produces 1-foot candle, but at a bigger arc at the front and rear of the property. In terms of the actual floor plan and building design, on the ground floor or ground level, we have a 2-car garage, and each unit has its own storage. At the rear of the garage is storage area, what we're calling like an open den area with closets, utilities that will serve the upper unit, a half bath and stairway. There's also a door that enters from the walkway on the side, if need be. As you go into the front, there's a set of stairs that will take you into the first level unit. It has open kitchen living space, closets. Each unit has its own laundry facilities, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, and a primary suite with an in-suite bathroom, walk-in closet, and stairs. that take you down to the area that the aforementioned ground floor area. Additionally, second door takes you up a set of straight run stairs to the top floor, open area, laundry, washer, dryer, utilities. Each unit has its own air handling system, full bathroom, and secondary bedroom with a in-suite primary bedroom in the back. In terms of the elevations and finishes of the project, on the front elevation, we're proposing brick facade at the ground floor level, around, surrounding, and the entry and garage, with fiber cement paneling, and at a horizontal style and a vertical style above the doors. The windows at the front, as we're designing them now, are fixed windows. We may introduce one operable. We have to have some more discussions about that. But we do meet the transparency requirements on all of the elevations, as a matter of fact. We do have a steel or aluminum fence, black aluminum fence, with a gate that surrounds the property. East elevation has no windows, therefore we're still in compliance. We're using lap siding on the east elevation. On the west elevation, you have double hung windows with our door, as mentioned previously, the same lap siding, and on the rear elevation, again, a mixture of fixed and double hung windows for our building. We decided to design a front that projects up to kind of give it a more modern appearance, though the roof is pitched, and we do have drainage and gutters that will remove the stormwater from the sides of the building, as again into the stormwater system, as previously mentioned. And that concludes my testimony on the architectural components of this project.
Thank you, counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Best, your testimony earlier, if I'm correct, was that on one side of the building, there were no windows. Is that correct?
Sir.
Is that the side of the building where we're seeking a side yard variance?
It's the side of the building. I'll be more illustrative here. Pull up the architectural plan. It's this side of the building, and yes, that's the side that is seeking the side yard variance. Yes, sir.
So although we're seeking a variance for the side yard setback on that side of the building, it does not present a building code violation because there are no windows on that side. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Now, I think you testified that there are two off-street parking spaces on the first level of the proposed structure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the parking would be tandem parking, that is back to back or back to front?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. And did you provide any detail to the board with respect to the proposed lighting, exterior lighting?
Yes, I did. Would you like me to repeat that, sir?
Okay. I did not see it. Okay, if you testified to it, that's fine. And so, to your knowledge, at least, the only variance that's being sought is the side yard setback variance, apart from the D variance. Is that correct?
Yes, from an architectural point of view, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Best. Of course, he's available to answer any questions that you or other board members or the public, for that matter, may have.
Why, thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect? Mr. Best, why didn't, well, Mr. Best, you know this is a 1R, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you design a one-family home here?
Well, we're following the directions of our clients, sir.
Okay. Did you advise the client this was a one-family zone for
Yes, sir.
one resident? Excuse me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's well
And
aware of that.
how do you know?
We advised them.
And what was their response?
They wish to pursue a two-family option.
And did they say why?
They didn't say why, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the architect? There is other questions for the architect from the public? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. If you're on the phone, you can press *9. There's a raise hand from screen name IWS Developers. Can you turn on your camera and unmute yourself? Screen name IWS Developers. Hello?
Hey, I have my camera open, but it's for whatever reason it's not allowing it to.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
I know many people who see me wish that my camera was not working either. Counsel?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the individual that you're speaking to is the principal of IWS Developers, which is the applicant.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Which is the applicant in this case. I will be calling him as a witness.
Okay,
Now,
sir, this is a time to ask questions, and you really don't want to speak unless you're speaking through your counsel. So, counsel, if it's okay with you, I'm not going to recognize this witness at this time.
That's fine. But I would be calling him next in any event.
Yeah, that's
the question is whether or not his camera works, because I'm sure you're going to want to visualize the witness as he testifies.
Well, I have no power. We could send Mr. Commissioner Comesañas there. He's an expert in audio and visual.
Okay. Well, let's not try to ascertain whether, Mr. Chairman.
I can tell you what I do, and that is I call a younger person, a child, a grandchild, and
I generally call my grandson.
Right. Look, is that your next witness, or will you be?
That would be my next witness. That is correct.
And what is this person's name?
His name is Darren Golston, Gulston.
Mr. Golston, have you figured out how to turn your camera on, or do you have a young person who can help you nearby?
Yes, I do have a young person nearby that can try to help me, or I could actually switch devices if that might help. I can try to go in on another. Can we get the camera to work here? It says I unchecked it. Yeah, see, it's still showing the camera not.
Counsel, you want to proceed without?
No, what I'll do while he's working on that, I will proceed with my next witness, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Who is this witness?
My next witness is Mr. John McDonough.
Ms. McDonough, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Please state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please.
My name is John McDonough, 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, project planner.
Mr. McDonough, is your planning license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
It is.
Okay. Mr. McDonough is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of planning. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDonough, you're familiar with the 70 Middleton Avenue, Newark, New Jersey, am I correct?
Correct, yes.
And you're retained by the applicant to do a planning assessment of the subject property for the proposed two-family dwelling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, therefore, Mr. McDonough, to describe to the board from a planning point of view, your analysis of this location in connection with the application for a two-family dwelling in these particular zone district.
Sure thing. And we just heard a very similar application. I'll be relatively quick here. I'm not going to overtalk this. Essentially, we've moved from the north side to the south side. We've moved from a historic district to a non-historic district. And you're going to see a map now, which is very similar to what I gave you on the last one. Towards the obvious question, it was posed at the architect. Yes, when applicants do come to us asking about these two families in the one family zone, we advise them all of the difficulty in these applications. Our job as professionals is simply to give the board facts, and that's what these exhibits are going to show. And certainly do with them as you will. I heard Commissioner Comesañas give us good advice that here on we get some Oprahs in terms of actually validating this, but what I'm going to show you, Mr. Chair, are simply tax maps again, similar to the last one. And I won't overtalk it, but again, we're over here in the South Ward, down by 78. You've got a single lot. It's outlined in yellow. Another, I'll call it edge lot. We're on the edge of a two-family zone, which our courts tell us that carries some weight in terms of the board's consideration of a use variance. We've got the familiar colors again. The pink or the lighter colors are all two families. They're not one family. And then the reddish color are all three families here. Again, based on tax maps, there's one four-family that we picked up over here. And similar to what we heard one of the board members say in the prior application, there does seem to be a little pattern of these smaller lots happening around the schools. Why that happened historically, I'm not sure. But with that, we also do see this mixed diversity of building types, of housing types as well. And we certainly have seen that happen here, which is an area that's showing up on the tax card. So there's at least one city agency that does have recognition of this being more than just one families in this immediate area. Two families and three families. Neighborhood compatibility is always a key consideration for the board in any variance application. And we see here the introduction of a two-family in an area that's loaded with two and three families as not being substantially harmful to the neighborhood pattern, and certainly will not erode the quality of the R1 zone. In my view, I may have a different opinion if we were over here on Narn Street, where you have all one-family dwellings. Here we are seeing manifested much different pattern, and once again being on the edge of a zone district. The planning purposes here and the suitability aspects, I think the board, to the extent they look favorably on this application, would be the site condition. It is another vacant lot. There it is from somewhat of a distance. There it is from a little bit closer up. These were all taken today before the rains came. And also by virtue of the context, which is this multicolor pattern that you see in the area. Same planning purposes here, promotion of the general welfare with new housing stock. We know housing is in demand here in the city and in New Jersey as well. We always look for deterrents to sprawl, building where infrastructure and civic amenities are already in place, as opposed to far out where that infrastructure is not there and we could increase sprawl. Purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land. It's unproductive land now. It's an infill development that's compatible with what's around it. And purpose G, to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens. This is infill development. With two-family, you get an economy of scale. I've talked many times about what we call middle missing housing. Not everyone can afford a one-family house. Not everyone wants to live in a large apartment. This sort of fills that gap with this middle missing housing. It feels like a one-family house. Mr. Bess is always really good at his architectural design. We've got great examples throughout the city here. He puts that nice one door in the front, so it looks like a one-family dwelling. We've seen that elsewhere. So again, from a visual standpoint, And from a mass and scale standpoint, we see this as not being substantially out of character with the area. We do have that setback relief, which similar to the last one will meet building code. And other than that, there's no other relief that the applicant is asking the board to move on. So based on this, I believe this application does warrant approval. Statutory criteria are met. Relief can be granted without any substantially adverse impacts to the immediate public or without any substantial impairment to your zone plan. Obviously, any variance is a departure from your zone plan. It's the board's job to look at if it's a substantial departure, and specifically with consideration of this site, I don't believe the departure is substantial here. That's all I have on direct.
Counsel? Any further questions for this witness, counsel?
I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. McDonough from the board? Questions for Mr. McDonough from the board? Mr. McDonough, once again, this zone was R1 under the prior master plan, the prior zoning ordinance, if you know, isn't that correct?
Yes, I don't think it changed.
And upzoning was quite extensive with the new master plan and the new zoning ordinance. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes,
This zone was not upzone. Is that
correct,
correct? It stayed a one family.
correct.
And R1s there's not many R1s in our city.
There are not.
Really, R1s everywhere in the state of New Jersey are sort of protected. They're kind of sacrosanct. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'll accept that, yes.
Okay. These homes in this area, again, are large homes, correct?
Yes,
Again, a problem in our city is folks take these large homes and convert them illegally into 2 or more families. That is a problem in Newark, isn't that correct?
correct.
And that's done illegally.
Yeah, again, I don't know the history, but I know I know it's a recurring problem.
Right. And that might have happened in this area. Isn't that correct?
Potentially, I don't know either way.
And you don't know, just as you don't know whether the 2 or 3 families that you show us are legal. Isn't that correct?
It's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. Are there any questions for the architect from the board?
No, the planner.
Planner.
In planner.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Mark.
I didn't mean to offend you, Mr. McDonough.
No, the opposite.
Are there any questions for the board for the planner? If none, are there questions for the planner from the public? Do members of the public have questions for the planner? I thought I saw a hand raised before. If you do have a question for the planner, use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. If you're on a telephone, please press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to see if we have IWS is what you have indicated here, but Mr. Golston's availability. I don't know if the camera's working now.
I thought I just saw him. Yes. Darren Golston.
Darren Golston, that's correct.
Mr. Golston, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Darren Anthony Golston, 710 South 12th Street, Newark, New Jersey. I am the principal of IWS and the gentleman looking to develop the property.
Thank you. Counsel?
Mr. Golson, I think you just testified that you are a principal of IWS, the applicant in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Golston, this is property that was purchased by IWS from the city of Newark. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
And was it your understanding when this property was acquired that one of the objectives of the city of Newark or its administration was to encourage ownership and affordability?
Yes, sir.
And is it your opinion that developing a two-family dwelling on this particular lot is compatible with the objectives of affordability and ownership?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Golston.
Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Golston? Questions from the board for Mr. Golston? Mr. Golston, when you bought this, Commissioner Comisarios, I'm sorry.
I think I'm gonna ask you a question. Mr. Golston, when you bought this property from the city, did they know you intended to build a two-family here?
Yes, sir. The RDA actually says, and if I could share my screen, it actually says to develop the property into a two-family new construction home. And I respectfully understand what Mr. I hope I pronounce his name right. Mr. Affont has mentioned about a lot of illegal conversions, but when I was blessed enough to get this designation, I went to the neighborhood, very familiar with the neighborhood. It would have to seem that everyone on that block, on both sides of the block, would have had to done an illegal conversion because there's nothing but 2s and 3 families all on the block. Yes.
Mr. Golston, what year did you purchase this property?
This was purchased in 2022, sir.
Do you know if it was purchased before or after the new master plan?
I'm not aware of when the plan was redone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one other question, Mr. Golston, when you bought this property, did you have a lawyer to assist you?
Yes.
And did your lawyer do a title search?
Yes, sir.
And were you advised that this was in an R1 district?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Golston from the members of the public? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the telephone, you can do so by pressing *9. I ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel, you have any further witnesses?
No further witnesses, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It is now an opportunity for persons who care to make a statement, members of the public who care to make a statement, to do so. If you'd like to make a statement, I ask that you raise your hand, that I will submit you to the oath, and you'll be given an opportunity. You'll be given 3 minutes to make your statement. If you'd like to make a statement regarding this application, I'd ask you to raise your hand now. You can do so by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or if you're on the telephone, by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you've heard the testimony of 3 witnesses in behalf of the applicant. You've heard the testimony of a professional planner and Mr. McDonough. You've heard the testimony of Mark Best, who was qualified in the fields of architecture. And you've heard the brief testimony of the principal of IWS, Mr. Golston. There were very few questions asked of the architect with respect to the design of the proposed structure. And Mr. Best addressed the elements that comprise the proposal. I think it's important to note that Mr. Best not only described the structure, but also testified that there will be two off-street parking spaces, which is very important to the city of Newark in terms of addressing some of the concerns that in that particular area with a lack of off-street parking. With respect to the side yard variance that's being sought by this applicant, there was testimony that on that side of the building, where there will be 2 feet as opposed to 3 feet, which is a requirement, there will be no windows on that side of the structure such that they would violate any building code requirements vis-a-vis the distance between windows fronting one another. So clearly the architect has done what he thinks is both appropriate and reasonable to address building code considerations for the development of a structure of this type. You've also heard the testimony of Mr. McDonough, which was, I think, pretty thorough. He, of course, did not want to overdo it, as he stated, in light of prior testimony heard by this board on a similar issue. But I think it's particularly noteworthy that, one, the area where this property is being proposed, one could show the line, the dashed line, that where this property abuts a R2 zone district. Properties that are behind this proposed development will be two-family dwellings or more, or whatever is suitable for an R2 zone district. The planner also testified in terms of his presentation that there were multiple. Indeed, it appeared almost replete that the structures on that same side of the street are either 2 or more family structures. I think it's also noteworthy that if you look at that graphic and you look at the lot sizes on that side of the street, the proposed lot size of 25 feet wide and 100 feet deep is comparable to the other structures on that street, therefore clearly indicating compatibility of size. So while the board members may have some issue as to whether or not there was more than adequate evidence to substantiate that the other structures on the block were 2 families or more, in other words, the testimony by the planner was that he based it upon information he got from the tax department. Tax department went out, as you know, when they appraise properties to ascertain whether in their judgment it's a 2-family or more. And when they determine that it's a multifamily, 2-family or more, they would adjust the assessment accordingly. And of course, in this instance, that was clearly done. The applicant, or the principal for the applicant, testified that when he purchased the property back in 2022, one of the criteria that was shared with him and the process of this acquisition was that this administration was interested in affordability and ownership. Now, he testified that in his opinion, the 2-family structure that was designed here is compatible with affordability and ownership. Affordability, of course, being affected by acquiring a piece of property and having rental revenue, as well as having a place of occupancy, reduces the cost per unit and therefore the overall economic impact on the owner of the property. Now, does that apply to every structure, every conversion in the city of Newark? Of course not. But in this instance, looking at the block that this property is on, looking at the other properties that are on that street, both in terms of character and in size and in use, this owner, this purchaser, this investor made a decision that he could meet the criteria set forth by the city of Newark for affordability and ownership. Now, the platter also set forth the criteria, the land use criteria, for when a use variance, that is a D1 variance, can be granted. He testified that based on his professional opinion, the criteria for the grant of a D variance is met in this case. There were no objectors to this application. There were no questions that were presented to this board by members of the community or otherwise that were suggestive of doubt, uncertainty, or rejection of the development of this structure for that neighborhood. While yes, the board has, as part of its responsibility, its stewardship of these issues, the burden of protecting the integrity of the zoning laws of the city of Newark. But they also have the authority granted to them by New Jersey state statute that where the circumstances are presented for the grant of a deviation from the zoning of the particular zone district, to grant that approval for a deviation. The question is whether or not it's in the best interest of the community, it promotes the general welfare, and that it does not substantially impair the intent of the zone ordinance nor the master plan. There's been no planning testimony whatsoever before this board that would indicate that that has not been presented in this case. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully submit that this application for the grant of a D1 use variance and the grant of a C variance for the side yard setback, an application ZBA 25-12 should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board, please? Commissioner Comisanias.
After that last case, I really couldn't believe they were going to go forward with this one. I would have requested an adjournment before the last one was done. I'm glad you didn't do so. You changed my mind, or where first, I think it's disgusting that a property would be misrepresented by the body that could change the status of that property, right? But on the same note, and I know we often argue that if the master plan wanted it, it would have changed. I'm happy this area hasn't been changed because we can control what goes in. I'm not sure if it wasn't redistricted to stop R2s or 2 families or even 3 families, but maybe to make sure that people had to show up before getting one of those, you know, to slow it down. Because if not, this would have been in front of another board or no board at all and had a 3 family. I think you were done an injustice by having to go through this. I do think it makes sense. I know that area extremely well. I'm also surprised that none of our gatekeepers from Clinton Hill showed up. We know that they're active in that community, just a block away on Van Ness. So, you know, not that shows that they're in favor of it, but you know, when the gatekeepers don't show up and they're astute to what they do, I don't think this is a bad project. I do know that whole area is surrounded by multi-units. It abuts a R2 zone where the other one was in the middle of an R1. So for that reason, I'm glad you proceeded, and I'd be in favor of this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Vice Chair Monfort.
I do believe that when they did the master plan in some areas of the city, that they miscalculated and miszoned certain areas. I've dropped several players off in that area, visited several players that have played sports with me, kids in that area. Those are not illegal conversions. I've taken kids up to 2nd floors and 3rd floors. Those are multi-family homes over there. They're not illegal conversions. The side streets like Narren and Ingle are definitely 1-family homes. I know for sure, but Middleton, Midland, those areas are definitely multifamilies, and I think this is one of those areas that have been zoned wrong. My opinion is that someone got lazy and just looked at the one family. There are large one families on Ingram and Narren Place, but this particular block is definitely multifamily. So I'll be in favor of this application, because to ask someone to stick a one family in between all those multifamilies, now you're changing the character of that particular block.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Other comments from the board? I don't think it's surprising that I will be against this. Once again, we can say we think it was a mistake, what other houses are. The fact is, our zoning ordinance has left this as an R1. I don't believe that we should engage in zoning by variance. This is an R1. Now, maybe they saw that there were many twos and they wanted to put this back to an R1. I can't guess. We can't guess. All we can know is it's an R1. There's been testimony about this, how safeguarded R1s are throughout the state of New Jersey. There's testimony about how few R1s we have in our city. I believe it's our duty to protect R1s. When this gentleman bought the house, he's testified, he knew he was buying in an R1. He can develop here. He can develop consistent with the law. He can develop an R1. When you move into an R1, you have the right to expect that the law laid down by the city after extensive upzoning throughout is going to be upheld. The people in this neighborhood, like the people in R1s throughout the state, like the people in R1s throughout our city, have a right to maintain their area as an R1 unless and until the process is changed by a new master plan and by a new ordinance where they can raise their voice. We're not here to do that. We're certainly not here to help investors get the most out of their investment. This was an R1 when it was purchased by this gentleman. He knew it was an R1. The folks that were conducting the auction certainly don't have the power to decide that it should be anything else but what the law requires. Vice Chair Montford, is that a new hand or an old hand?
That's an old hand.
Okay.
No, it's a new hand.
Are there any other questions? I'm sorry, are there any other statements by the board? Any other statements by the board? If none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve ZBA 25 70 Millington Avenue. I don't believe I heard any conditions.
There's a motion to approve. Comisanes, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Montford, call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
You're muted, Member Jones. Let's come back to Member Jones.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Member Jones, Member Torres,
No.
Chair Alphont.
No. Your application is approved.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations. Call the next case, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
The time is now 8:31 p.m. The next application on tonight's agenda is ZBA 25 19, located at 117
One
Allen
second.
Street.
Do we need 10 minutes before we call this case? Or should we push on?
We could go.
Anybody else? Call the case, please.
ZBA 25 117 Aldine Street, 119 121 Aldine Street, and 295 303 Lyons Ave. Block 3051, lots 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 in the South Ward. The applicant is Charles Oliver and Sheila Y. Oliver for Senior Housing Community LLC. In the C2 zone, the applicant proposes to improve existing vacant lot in order to construct a new 5-story residential building containing 48 units restricted to senior citizens. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance to permit low-rise multifamily in the C2 zone and a D3 variance for failing to meet conditions, and C variances for exceeding front yard setback, exceeding driveway width, insufficient building facade transparency times 6, insufficient off-street parking. Site plan approval is required.
Council where's council? Who's counsel on this case?
Mr. Demetrius Miles.
Do we see?
Yes, they just came in.
Counsel? Counsel,
Chairman,
for the record, please.
there we go. Good evening, Chairman Afont. Demetrius Miles, I'm with the law firm of Chiesa, Shahinian, and Jan Tomasi on behalf of the applicant, Sheila Housing Community LLC.
You're kind of far away. Do I know you, counsel?
I don't know. I don't know if we've met before.
Okay, all right. Thanks for putting your name up. Counsel, is your whole team in?
Everyone should be here. I have 5 witnesses. John McDonough, Mr. Cullen. Do I see our architect, Miss Johannesson? I don't see her. Oh, there she is. There's and we have our traffic engineer, Nathan Mosley. I don't see him. Let's see. And we have the applicant, Charles Oliver. I don't see him, but he should be on. There's Ms. Oliver.
Okay, so you have everyone now.
Everyone's here. I see Mr. Mosley, yes.
Are there, if there are objectors to this application, I'd ask that you identify yourselves by raising your hand, so we can get that on the record. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to 117, 119 to 121 Aldine Street, excuse me, and 295-303 Lyons Avenue. It's located in Newark's Weequahic neighborhood on the northwestern corner of the intersection of Lyons Avenue and Aldine Street. The total site area is approximately 20,576.4 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of mixed-use building, detached dwellings, and the George Washington Carver Elementary School, and a used auto sales establishment. Ms. Mejia, are there any objectors on this application?
No, there were no raised hands.
Thank you. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Demetrius Miles with the law firm of Chiesa, Shahinian, and Jan Tomasi on behalf of the applicant.
1 second, counsel. Screen name Allison Wen. Miss Wen, are you an objector on this matter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll let you know when it's appropriate to ask questions or make statements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you've properly indicated, the applicant proposes to construct a low-rise 5-story multifamily dwelling containing 48 affordable housing units for senior citizens. The properties that are the subject of this project consist of vacant land parcels. Lots 24 through 28 all front on Lyons Avenue, and they are located in the C2 Community Commercial District, where the proposed development is not a permitted use. Lots 21 through 23 front on Aldine Street, and they're located in the R3 1 to 4 family residential and townhouse district, where the proposed low-rise multifamily dwelling is a permitted conditional use. So therefore, the improvements fall partially in the C2 district and partially in an R3 district. The applicant is seeking preliminary and final site plan approval for the proposed project, including use and bulk variances. And those variances are D1 because the use is not permitted in the C2 district. We're also seeking a D3 variance for failure to meet one of the conditions of a conditional use, that being the density requirement. And there are also additional variances and bulk and design variances for exceeding front yard setback, exceeding the maximum impervious lot coverage. And I just want to clarify that the zoning officer did not have that in her determination, but that was identified in the planner's report. And it's also a part of the civil engineering plans. We're also seeking a variance for exceeding the maximum driveway width and insufficient building facade transparency and insufficient off-street parking. With regard to the building facade transparency, Mr. Chairman, we do need some clarification. The zoning officer determined that we needed 6 variances for the building facade transparencies. And I think the planner, Mr. Hazel, has in his report indicated that it's just 2 that are required. In either event, we need the variances, and so we're prepared to obviously seek whatever is required, but I think there probably just needs to be some clarification for the record whether 2 are needed or whether it's 6.
So, counsel, just a couple of things, help me out here. You said that there was one issue which the zoning officer failed to note?
It's not in her determination, correct?
And what was that again?
That was exceeding the maximum impervious lot coverage, which is the requirement is the maximum is 75%, and we're proposing 84.3%.
And did you notice for that, counsel?
Yes.
And the second was a discrepancy you mentioned between the zoning officer and the planner. Is that correct?
Right.
What was the zoning officer's determination?
She indicated that 6 the deficiency was 6 times.
And do you dispute that, counsel? If so, do you file an AOP?
We don't, Your Honor. That was the determination of our consultants. But Mr. Hazard's report indicated that it was 2, so we just need the clarification on it, but we're prepared for to request 6.
Well, and that's what you notice, is that correct?
Yes, the 6.
So I think that we have to stand by our zoning officer's determination.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Yeah, thank you. Well, with that, let's proceed.
The first witness I'd like to call is Mr. Zachariah Cullen, who is the project engineer.
Mr. Cullen, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Cullen? You know, I think it's divine intervention when engineers have trouble with their technology. It makes me think there's hope for me.
How about now?
That's great. Thank you.
Apologize. Yes, I do.
Okay, could you state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application?
Yes, my full name is Zechariah Cullen. My address is 18 Catano Ave in Morristown, New Jersey. And I am the civil engineer for the project employed by Mid-Atlantic Engineering Partners.
Thank you. Counsel? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Cullen, have you ever appeared before this board before?
Not the zoning board, Newark Planning, I have.
We're far superior to the planning board.
I understand
Most
that.
other zoning boards. Counsel, briefly, please.
Hey, thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Cullen, you're familiar with the subject property?
I am.
You prepared civil engineering plans for the proposed project?
I have.
Okay. Could you please describe the subject property in the immediate neighborhood?
Well, right before you do that, Mr. Cullen, you have a degree in engineering?
I do. I have a degree from the College of New Jersey, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. I received my professional license in engineering in 2018. I've been practicing engineering for over a decade, and I've testified before planning, zoning, and zoning boards and environmental commissions throughout New Jersey over the last 7 or so years.
Thank you. And is your engineering license in full force and effect in the
It
state of
is.
New Jersey?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll accept Mr. Cullen as an expert in the field of engineering. I'm sorry, please continue, counsel.
Thank you. Could you please describe the subject property in the immediate neighborhood?
Yes, I have an exhibit here that I've prepared. It was not submitted as part of the site plan application, but I believe, Mr. Miles, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was provided digitally to the board.
I did provide it today, yes.
Okay.
We're going to do better in the future, though, right, counsel?
Yes.
Whip those engineers to get things and earlier. Let's just in case, let's mark this. Let's get hard copies, counsel, to our board secretary to earliest convenience. We'll mark this A1. How many pages is this, Mr. Cullen?
Just one.
One page, and it's labeled overall aerial exhibit. Counsel?
Can you please describe what's before on the monitor, Mr. Cullen?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll just get us situated here. Try not to repeat too much of what was said already, but the subject property is known as 117, 119, and 121 Aldine Street, as well as 295, 297, 299, 301, and 303 Lyons Ave. It's also known as Block 3051, lots 21 through 28 on the current tax map of the city of Newark. All of the lots, total of 8 lots, combined for approximately 20,576 square feet, or approximately 0.47 acres. As you can see, I'll zoom in a little bit here. It is an L-shaped lot with frontage on Lyons Ave, approximately 125 feet on Lyons Ave, which is a county route 602, and approximately 176 feet of frontage along Aldine Street. It's located in the South Ward, and as Mr. Miles stated, it spans 2 zones. It is partially located in the C2 Community Commercial Zone, which is the lots that front on, the lots that front on Lyons Ave here. And then the remaining lots that front on Aldine Street are located in the residential R3 zone, or the 1 to 4 family townhouse and residential zone. The surrounding area, a little bit, we have, first I'll orient everyone, north is to the top right of the plan here. So I'll describe north as kind of plan right. So to the north, we have several residential uses consisting of detached multifamily dwellings. I believe most of these are 2-family and some 1-family dwellings to the north here. To the east, we have George Washington Carver Elementary School, located right here. And then to the south, There's some residential, some mixed use, and some commercial on the other side of Lyons Ave. And as was stated, there is an auto sales building here right across Lyons Ave. And then immediately to the west is a commercial and mixed use building. The site itself is currently vacant and unimproved. The surface is comprised entirely of crushed stone and compacted crushed stone and compacted earth. The grading of the site generally slopes from north to south. So we have a high point here in this corner of about 167 elevation, and that slopes to the south to the intersection of Lyons and Aldine, where we have a low point of approximately 163 elevation. The only improvements that currently exist on the site are a perimeter 6-foot high chain link fence that surrounds the entire property, with the exception of this building here on the adjacent property that abuts the property line. But there's a chain link fence that entirely surrounds the remainder of the property. There are 3 sections of depressed curb for potential vehicular access. There's 1 depression along Lyons Ave. See if I can make this a little bit bigger here. There's 1 depression here along Lyons Ave, and then there's another depression along Aldine Street here, and then a very small one adjacent to that one. As I stated, this is 8 different lots. So a few curb cuts right next to each other makes sense. So I'd like to, Miles, if you don't have any questions about the existing area, I can move into another exhibit I've prepared showing our proposed development.
Yes.
Same situation with this. This was not officially submitted, but provided earlier today. This is titled Site Rendering.
Council, we're gonna mark this as A2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Really need to try and get these in 10 days beforehand. A2 1 page, Mr. Cullen?
Correct.
A2 1 page site rendering. Council?
Could you please explain what it is that's being depicted here in this rendering?
Sure. So I'll zoom in a little bit here, and I'll just kind of reiterate the overview of the application here and what we're proposing. So the applicant's seeking preliminary and final major site plan approval, along with some bulk and use variances to construct a 5-story low-rise residential building of approximately 10,775 square feet that will contain 48 residential units, all of which will be affordable and will all be reserved for seniors. All 48 units will be 1-bedroom units. The ground floor will consist of amenities, including a leasing office, laundry facilities, community room, wellness and exercise rooms, and also an outdoor covered patio along Aldine Street that we'll talk about in a little bit, as well as the necessary utility rooms. So no residential units on the first floor. All of the residential units will be on floors 2 through 5.
And do you have plans for the project that's being proposed?
I'm sorry?
You have plans for the project?
I do.
Plans. Okay.
Correct. Yes. And I can if anyone wants me to bring up the civil plans at any point, I can. I do intend to bring them up once I get into the grading and utility and more technical aspects. And we can go from there. But I'll just continue with kind of the site as a whole. So the building itself is situated directly along Lyons Ave with a 0-foot setback. And then along Aldine Street, it's situated with a 7 to 8 foot setback, the maximum setback being 8.1 feet at this corner of the building over here on the right side. This was a very deliberate choice, and I'll talk about this as one of the variances that we're requesting right now. The minimum setback for the building along Aldine Street is 0 feet, which is in the early design stages of this project what we had as a concept. The maximum required building setback is 5 feet. As we got further along in design, we engaged with PSE&G to discuss electric and gas service, and to also discuss the existence of 5 or 6 utility poles along Aldine Street with large 3-phase electric. And through those conversations, we learned that PSE&G requirements and OSHA regulations prohibit workers from working within 10 or 15 feet, depending on the size of the transmission line, away from those transmission lines. So we didn't physically have the space to put the building right up on the property line, because it would be the building wouldn't touch the utility lines, but the workers would not be able to safely construct the building with it in that location. So the decision was made to move it back away from the property line by 7 or 8 feet, depending on which side of the property you're looking at. And then we were able to use that as an opportunity to better landscape the site. We were able to provide 3 additional on-site trees and lots of vegetation along the front of the building here on Aldine Street that faces the elementary school. It also had the benefit of providing a little bit additional privacy for the covered outdoor patio that we'll see that is along Aldine Street here. So the main entrance to the building is along the pedestrian entrance to the building is along Lyons Ave. It is an entrance right here, approximately the center of the building, which enters into the lobby. There's a secondary entrance at the rear of the building that provides access from the parking lot. We'll get to that in a second. And then access to the actual site itself is provided by the public sidewalks along Aldine Street and Lyons Ave. We also have provided a sidewalk that enters the site and goes around the back of the building and provides access to that back side of the building. The lobby itself cuts all the way through the building. We'll see that during the testimony from architecture. I'll also like to note that the sidewalk and curb, the public sidewalk and curb, are proposed to be entirely replaced as part of this application. Vehicular access is provided here on Aldine Street. Aldine Street is a one-way street with traffic traveling to the south. So vehicular entrance to this rear parking lot will be right in, and exit will be right out. We are proposing a 24-foot drive aisle. This is another variance that we are seeking. The maximum permitted drive aisle width for two-way traffic is 20 feet. We do believe that 24 feet is warranted for this development. Some of the reasons that we were seeking a 24-foot drive aisle is to promote better circulation and easier turning movements that can be restricted by a smaller drive aisle. I think especially for the type of use that this development will be, which will be seniors, we want to make it as accessible as possible for any age, and just make driving easier. I'm not saying that seniors drive any worse than us, but I'm saying that a nice 24-foot drive aisle would be a lot easier for anyone to maneuver. And I think it would be a benefit here. Another factor in this decision was making it easier for ambulances, paratransit vans, or accessible transport, which are common in senior residential buildings entering and exiting. We wanted to make sure that those larger vehicles could easily navigate the site and enter and exit as needed. Additionally, Aldine Street being one way minimizes the cross-traffic conflicts that might be seen as a negative to having a larger drive aisle. Now, I'll apologize, I'm going to introduce one more exhibit. It's essentially the same thing as the same exhibit, except we're going to show the ground floor, which is a little bit different than the overhead view. This building is a partial podium building. So this section of the building here is actually only floors 2 through 5. And on the first floor, there are additional parking spaces provided here.
Mr. Chairman, this would be exhibit A3, ground
But-
floor.
But this exhibit was provided within the 10-day requirement. Isn't that correct, Mr. Cullen?
I would defer to Mr. Miles on that. I'm not
Sounds like a no. We're gonna mark this A3.
Yes.
One page. Is that correct, Mr. Cullen?
correct. Yes, and this is my
Labeled
final
ground
exhibit.
floor layout, and Mr. Cullen will be punished at a later date.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So as I stated, this portion of the building is a podium style. So the first floor is this kind of brown hatched area here, and then floors 2 through 5 are the brown hatch, as well as this shaded area here. So now that we're here, let's talk about parking a little bit. I'll also add, I forgot to mention on the last exhibit and this one, I have shown the exact line of demarcation here between the C2 zone and the R3 zone. So I think it's important to note that maybe, very rough estimate, but 95% of the building or more is within the C2 zone, and a small portion of it here is within the R3 zone. So going on about parking, so we have a total of 15 spaces. There are 3 EV spaces, which is meets the minimum requirement of 15% of parking spaces being EV per New Jersey's ordinance. And then we also have 2 ADA spaces, both of which are van accessible. I believe 1 is required per ADA guidelines. The applicant felt that due to the nature of the site, it was prudent to have two van accessible ADA spaces. I'll take this opportunity to note that this is another variance we are requesting. The total required parking is one space per dwelling unit, so 48 spaces, whereas we are providing 15 total. I believe we get credit for 3 additional spaces with the EV, but still deficient in parking there. We do believe that the 48 spaces is excessive, or I believe the 48 spaces is excessive for this use and the development in this area. And I anticipate that 15 spaces will be sufficient. That being said, the traffic engineer will offer some additional testimony regarding the amount of parking.
If that was based on your engineering expertise, Mr.
It is, however, I did not prepare a report, and I will let the traffic engineer speak a little bit more eloquently to that. Moving on to landscaping. This was another very important point to the applicant to provide to meet the city's ordinance regarding landscaping, and to provide as much of an attractive product and project as possible with the area that we have. So as you can see, we are providing street trees. There are 9 total street trees along Lyons Ave and Aldine Street. And then we are somehow squeezing in a nice 15 total on-site trees. There's also an additional lot of shrubs and bushes and foundation plantings throughout. And in the back here, we have 2 garden areas here in the back corner, in these 2 back corners of the property. The intention of these are for residents to use these garden areas for gardening, growing plants, planting vegetables, whatever it may be. But that was also an important factor that we wanted to include here. And throughout the rear of the property, there are also benches below these trees in the shade, so that residents can go out here and garden and sit and enjoy what space they have back here. We wanted to use as much of it as we could. Transitioning from landscaping to refuse, there is a trash room. All refuse collection and recycling will happen inside the building. There are trash rooms on every floor with trash and recycling chutes, and there is a compactor room and recycling room located on the ground floor. I'm sure we'll see all of this on the architectural presentation, but it's located about in this location. And then I believe I believe Newark is twice a week that trash will get picked up. So there is access here, direct access to the sidewalk, double doors, and a sidewalk where the trash will be rolled out by management on trash days. And then immediately after pickup, the containers will be rolled back into the building. Same with recycling. All right, I'm going to move on to grading, and I will pull up the actual civil documents, the civil plans that were submitted as part of the application. So the building, the grading itself, the finished floor for the building is really driven by the existing grades of Lyons Ave and Aldine Street and the surrounding sidewalk. So our finished floor is kind of set by what the elevation is here at this at the vestibule for the lobby, which is 163.95, so about 164, and that'll be a majority of the building. There are some rooms in the building that have exterior access, such as this sewer connection and water. This water room, and then we have an electrical room. Those are higher or lower by within a foot, I believe, just based on the doors going out to existing grade. But a majority of the building is set at that 163.95. In the existing condition, the existing site, essentially, like I said, it's a vacant site. It's all compacted earth, very compacted gravel, crushed stone, and earth. And stormwater runoff is essentially draining uncontrolled directly to the surrounding streets. The proposed design lowers the rear of the site to allow for better collection and attenuation of runoff in accordance with city regulations. So the whole parking lot area has been lowered by, I'd say, as you get closer to the building, it's maybe a foot from existing grade that it's been lowered, and then as you get over to the surrounding property lines, I believe it's as much as 3 feet in this corner that we've lowered the grade, partially as a design of the parking lot, and also as we wanted to use this parking area as a means to collect stormwater. So speaking of the surrounding properties, lowering the grade obviously required a retaining wall around much of the rear parts of the property. So that's what this dashed line is surrounding the site. It's a retaining wall. It's a small retaining wall. Like I said, I believe this right here is the highest point of the wall. It's just over 3 feet, 3.25. And then everywhere else is less than 3 feet. So not an extensive retaining wall, but something that we felt was necessary. There's also on the high side of the retaining wall, so the adjoining property side on our property, but on the opposite side of the wall, there is a 6-foot high vinyl privacy fence that surrounds the entire property. It ties into the building here, surrounds the entire property, and then comes across the parking here. Okay, moving on to stormwater. I'll try to be quick, not really bore too many people. Just me and Mr. Trafficante enjoy talking about this. So to comply with Newark's stormwater ordinance, we decided to propose porous pavement system throughout the parking area with underground storage below the porous pavement. So this is something that the DEP has been pushing, and it's something that we've been doing on a lot of our projects. So this kind of cross-hatched area, which is the 3 parking spaces here, and then this drive aisle, the drive aisle all the way connecting to the property line here, and all of these parking spaces are all to be constructed with porous pavement to allow the stormwater to infiltrate directly into it. Below the porous pavement will be a stone storage bed that will store the increased runoff, and we have designed an outlet structure here that will properly slowly release the stormwater at the required reduction rates based on the city stormwater ordinance. One thing I want to mention is that if the porous pavement should fail for any reason, which is not anticipated, just more of a safeguard and something that we provide on all of our projects. We have provided a large 4x4 drainage inlet here at a low point in the parking area, which will collect stormwater by conventional means. If for any reason the porous pavement is not infiltrating, I think a storm like we got today, porous pavement can handle no problem. I really don't see a situation where the storm is too big, but just in case, we do have an inlet here just to provide that safeguard. I'll also note that there is no porous pavement located underneath the building, as nothing would be raining on it. So we've limited the porous pavement and storage to the outside of the building footprint and the podium parking here.
Mr. Cullen, if you're done, can you address the lighting plan?
Sure. So lighting is provided we'll start with the right of way here, the front facade of the building. So lighting is provided via wall mounted fixtures to illuminate all the public sidewalk. The intention there was to illuminate the sidewalk per the city ordinance to the required levels. We have met with the engineering department, Mr. Traficanti, and I believe he may have some comments, and we'll work with him to make sure that we're providing lighting to the satisfaction of the city. At the rear of the site, we have more building mounted fixtures. We have some ceiling mounted underneath the building in this parking area, and then around the perimeter, we have some pole mounted fixtures to provide adequate lighting throughout the rear of the property. I'm going to go back real quick to just discuss utilities. We will be getting water service, fire, and domestic water service from Lyons Ave, and also sewer service via Lyons Ave. Gas service is proposed for the building, and there will be an emergency generator that will be located on the roof, and that is also proposed from Lyons Ave. We did also, during our TRC, have a conversation with Newark Department of Water and Sewer, spoke with AJ, and I do understand, I do have a letter from him as well. I do understand some improvements will likely be necessary in Lyons Ave. And I've reviewed the letter, and we have no issues. The applicant's aware of this. We have no issues complying and satisfying the water and sewer department. And then lastly, electric. Based on our conversations with PSE&G, we were going to be taking electric from Aldine Street. As I mentioned, there are several utility poles along Aldine. We have a transformer located in this corner of the site that we'll coordinate with them on and make sure it complies with all their specifications.
Further questions, Mr. Chairman?
You have nothing further for this witness, counsel?
Not for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, counsel, Mr. Cullen referred to it, but did you receive, I believe it was an initial report and a revised report from the city's Department of Engineering?
Are you asking me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I am, counsel.
Yes.
And were you able to review them with your experts and your applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And as a condition of approval, do you agree to comply with each and every requirement listed therein?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
Thank you. Also, did you receive a report from the city's Department of Water and Sewer?
We did receive that. It was today.
And likewise, were you able to review that with your expert and your applicant?
Yes, I was, Mr. Chairman.
And as a condition of approval, does your applicant agree to comply with each and every recommendation contained therein?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant does agree to comply.
Thank you, counsel. We're now, are there questions for the engineer from the board? Questions for the engineer from the board? Let me start, Mr. Traficante. Is your hand not raised? Let me not ask that again.
Do you want it to be?
No, no, no.
I mean,
It's just,
all right.
I don't want to hear you complain about trees. I don't want to hear you. No, it's very good.
right.
Are there any questions from the board for the engineer? Questions for the board from the engineer? Mr. Cullen, one thing.
Yes.
Is there no device to assist with cars entering and exiting the site?
Can you clarify what you mean by
Well,
device?
a gate that allows cars in, a flashing light that, or an audio signal that advises pedestrians and seniors who are using the landscaped area that a vehicle might be entering the parking lot.
There is not currently, no.
Do you think that would be a good thing to put there?
I do. I don't see the harm in it. I think that we could come up with something.
Council, as a condition of approval, will your applicant agree to work with the engineer to install such a safety device?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will agree to work with the city engineer to come up with an appropriate measure or remedy.
Right, and Mr. Cullen too, don't cut him out. Are there any further questions for the engineer? Hearing none, and not wanting to hear his traffic testimony, who's your next witness, counsel? Oh, I'm sorry. Are there questions from the public for the engineer? Questions from members of the public for the engineer? Counsel?
Is someone speaking?
Yeah, I hear that, but I don't know. If there's questions for the public for the engineer, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen or press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel?
Next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mary Johannesson, the project architect.
Ms. Johannesson, am I pronouncing your name correctly? And you're muted, ma'am.
Yes,
Ms. Johannesson, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please.
Mary Johannesson, 756 Haddon Avenue, Collingswood, New Jersey, 08108. I am the project architect.
Thank you. Counsel? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Johannesson, have you appeared before this board before?
Yes, I have.
And were you accepted as an architect at that time?
Yes, I was.
And is your architectural license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
We'll accept this witness as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hannison, you've been retained by the applicant to design the project, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have in fact prepared plans that have been submitted to the city of Newark, correct?
Yes.
Can you please just present your plans and the design of this project?
Yes, I can. Can everyone see
Yes.
the first floor plan? Thank you.
You can make it a little bigger. That would help old eyes.
I will do that.
Thank you.
It's a little bit too big. Let me just zoom out for a quick second. So just to give everyone a little bit of orientation, Lyons Avenue is along the left side. Aldine Street is along the lower edge. Project Plan North is to the right. As Mr. Cullen had testified to, this project is the new construction of a 5-story, 48-unit apartment building for older adults on limited income. It's an L-shaped building, and it hugs Lyons Avenue, the sidewalk, and it is set back approximately 8 feet from Aldine Street. We have pedestrian access off of Lyons Avenue via the vestibule, which is approximately centrally located on this elevation. And we also because the parking is behind the building as well as tucked under the building in this location. We have an access so that the residents have convenient entrance into the building. Both vestibules will be secured. Residents will enter with a key fob. There will be an intercom that visitors can call up to be buzzed in either to management, leasing office, or to a resident. Upon entering the building, there's a generous lobby with seating for the residents, interior mailboxes. We've also provided a package room, so all the Amazon deliveries will be taken within the building. Nothing will be left outside. Immediately to the left of the main entrance from Lyons, we have the leasing office and an office for a caseworker. We have restrooms for the staff and residents. Adjacent to the leasing office, we have the water sprinkler room, which Mr. Cullen mentioned. We have a door from the exterior as well as a door from the interior. The building will be fully sprinklered with an NFPA 13 system. We have one of our fire stairs located with an exit from the building to Lyons Avenue. This door will be secured. It is not meant for an entrance, so it is exit only. Filling out the rest of the wing that we have along Lyons, at the end we have a maintenance room. We have 2 small offices for supportive services providers or wellness checks. We also have some resident amenities on the first floor. I'd like to talk a little bit about those. We have an exercise room for the residents. It'll have senior-friendly workout equipment. And immediately adjacent to that, we have a central laundry room. You might wonder why we don't have laundry in each of the apartments. The apartments are 1 bedrooms, sized for seniors and designed for aging in place. The residents who live here, this will be their community. Their neighbors will be their social groups for many of them. And encouraging them to come out of their apartments by doing laundry is an important part of their daily life here. The laundry room is really nicely sized. We've got 3 large windows looking out the backyard, and we've got a lot of space inside so we can put a table and chairs. The laundry sometimes doubles as a lounge or a social engagement area for the residents. Adjacent to the rear vestibule, we've got an elevator lobby. We have elevators centrally located that serve the 1st through 5th floors. And in the wing along Aldine, we have a very large community room, which is a multi-purpose room for the residents to use. It has a kitchenette. It'll have some storage, some mechanical space, and this is where we have direct access to our covered patio. This patio is an outdoor space, but it's under roof of buildings, so it'll provide shade and protection from inclement weather. And the residents can go from the community room out to the covered patio. There will be a little knee wall and railing, decorative railing along the edge of it. So it will not be for coming in and out of the building. The residents will be on the patio or they'll be coming into the community room. But it was when we needed to set the building back off of Aldine Street, we opted to landscape that with nice plantings that would be low and provide a little bit of a buffer between the public sidewalk and the patio. And we thought this might be a nice front porch element for the seniors to enjoy being outside and getting to kind of watch life on the street as well as watch the children play basketball on the courts across the street. Rounding out the end of this wing, we've got the elevator machine room. We've got our trash room as well as our compactor and recycling room. As Mr. Cullen testified to, trash and recycling will be collected interior to the building, rolled out on the day it's picked up, rolled back in. So there is no trash stored outside on the site. And we finish this with our electric room, which is tucked in this back corner here, as well as our second fire stair. The parking that Mr. Cullen testified to that is under the building is located in this area over here, which you'll see is just a few steps away from our vestibule, our back door. Our upper floors are all apartment units. Once again, the elevators are centrally located. We have an elevator lobby that'll have a little bit of seating so residents can sit as they wait for the elevator. Opposite the elevator lobby, we have a little space here that has a very large window overlooking Lyons Avenue. thinking that might be a bit of a sitting lounge, maybe table and chairs or some comfy chairs where small resident groups can get together for book club or some quiet activities. But there's a little bit of space on each floor for that socialization. We've got our fire stair at the one end here, our second fire stair here. This is our trash and recycling. This is the room where residents will access the chutes, so they do not need to bring their trash or recyclables down to the first floor. And then we've got some mechanical space at the end here, and then a utility room adjacent to the elevator lobby. All of the apartments, all 48 apartments, are one bedroom. They range from 620 to 650 square feet. They are designed for seniors. If I can zoom in a little bit and show you, well, we have 5% of the units, or 3 of the units, will be fully wheelchair accessible on day one. All the other apartments will be adaptable. So if a resident is aging in place and they need grab bars or they need a sink lowered, that can be done very easily without moving walls or changing doors. But each apartment has a recessed entrance. It has an open plan, an open floor plan, which is very contemporary lifestyle that we have these days. You come into this open L-shaped kitchen, which is ideal for older adults who may walk in on day one, but as they age might need a cane or a walker or a wheelchair. And this open plan allows them a lot of maneuverability and access to all the appliances. It also is space for a table, which is something that having an eat-in kitchen is a very nice feature here. But this whole room is open to the living space. So you can be cooking and watching TV. We have triple or double or triple windows in every great room. So a lot of natural light will come in with no barrier prohibiting it from coming deep into the apartment. Each is a one bedroom. It's got about 150 square foot bedroom. It's got a very large closet. We also have a full size, fully adaptable or accessible bathroom with either a tub or a roll-in shower. We've got a coat closet, a linen closet, a water heater closet, and mechanical. So each apartment has its own heating and air conditioning, central heat and air for each resident to control as they like it. There is a vent or a louver on the exterior of the building, and when I show you the rendering, you'll see that those are color matched to the siding to help them visually go away. We also included in our set 2 sheets of architectural building elevations, and as well as we had a black and white sketch perspective, which was our drawing A5. Since then, we have created a color rendering, which is which was not included in the original exhibit. So this drawing A6 color rendering, I presume, should be Exhibit A4.
Commissioner, yes, Exhibit A4.
Mark.
So this is the view from the intersection, from the corner of Aldine and Lyons. As you can see on the left side, we have the covered entrance. There's a canopy that extends across the main entrance. We've got full glass doors. The first floor is about 14 feet from the first to the second floor. So we have a very tall first floor with clear glazing storefront that wraps across Lyons as well as down the Aldine street facade. About halfway down is where our covered porch or covered patio begins. You'll see that there's a decorative railing behind the landscaping in this location. The trees depicted, the street trees here, complement Mr. Cullen's landscape plan. We wanted to show them in the right context with the building. The building materials, we have a combination. We have 2 types of brick, darker accent brick along the base below the windows, and then a medium tone multicolored brick on the upper portions of the building. We have 3 different types of siding. We have a wood look horizontal lap siding, which is a cement board siding, which is accented on the corner very prominently, as well as in the recess where we have the large window in the lounge on the upper floors, as well as in some other areas around the facade. We have a horizontal hardy lap siding, which is in the white tone, and then the dark gray or bronze is a hardy panel, which has a smooth appearance as if it's monolithic. As you see, we have a lot of windows. We love natural light. Seniors need a little bit more light than younger folks, so we wanted to make sure that we had that because it'll help them not need to turn on the light switch every time they enter a room. But we have double or triple windows in every bedroom and every living room. I had mentioned the HVAC systems in the apartments. You'll see that we have louvers shown, which are in the locations. We have it shown here in the brick, and then we have it shown here in the white siding. Those will be for the HVAC air intakes. In addition to having secure, controlled access into the building, there will also be closed-circuit CCTV cameras around the building, on the street facades, in the courtyard, at the parking, as well as in the common areas of the on the residential floors. The last exhibit that we prepared really was to be able to talk a little bit about the transparency. This is a new exhibit. It is the facade transparency sheet A7. So this would.
Mr. Chairman, we can mark that as Exhibit A5.
Was this provided to the board?
No, sir, it was not.
You're killing us. It's not marked.
This was a late exhibit to help because we saw the discrepancy between the.
Yeah, I do understand, but exhibits are required to be provided to the board 10 days before, but let's proceed.
This is a key plan, which is an excerpt from one of the exhibits that Mr. Cullen had presented, which was his landscape plan. And what we did is we correlated the transparency numbers, the percentages, what's required for C2, what's required in the R3, and what is proposed on the design that is presented this evening. Our primary facade is on the south side, which is elevation 1, which we have on the first floor, 46.3%, and the total is 37.9%. Elevation 2, which is our street facing but not primary facade, is along Aldine Street. Our first floor for 50% of the length per the ordinance description is 46.6%. And the total along this elevation is 30%. Because we have an L-shaped building, we have like 2 north and 2 west facades. On the north end, which is on the right end of the Aldine Street wing, which is the end depicted in number 3 here, we are proposing 7%. This is a short wall of the wing. On the longer wall facing into the parking courtyard, we have 22.7%. And on the west facing, which is the end wall on elevation number 5, we have 9.5%. And then on elevation number 6, we have 22.6%.
No further questions of this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there questions for the architect from the board? Questions for the architect from the board? Commissioner Copian.
Can you please, good evening. Can you please repeat the square footage of the 1 bedrooms?
They vary from 620 to 650 net square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Mr. Hazel, just state your name and title for the record, please.
Gerard Hazel, board planner. Just for clarification, the north and west elevations, the transparency, are you saying that for instance, the north, the total transparency level for that frontage would be the 22 plus 7, so it'll be like 29 square feet percentage? Sorry.
It's not additive.
It's not additive. That's what I was concerned. What would be the cumulative of the two for each direction be? I think in the plans you had like 16.2 and 17.6. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
On the architectural elevations that were submitted, A4 and A5, we had done the calculation, and I don't believe it was correct. What we did is we had taken both separate facades that make up the northern exposure, added them, and did that. So here you have the proposed on the north side was 17.6%, and on the west side, the other non-street facing was 16.2%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for the architect? Can you show us the laundry room and tell us how many machines will be there?
Six washers and six dryers are being provided.
And that's on the first floor.
That's correct.
Every tenant will have to bring their laundry down there in order to do their laundry, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I do understand and agree that hanging out in the laundry room could be very social and might be a good thing. But I know that sometimes I like to be able to do small washes in the privacy of my own home. I think we all do. And I'm sure seniors do also. And it might make it very difficult for seniors who lose mobility to lug their wash down and bring their wash back up. Isn't that, can you see that concern? And isn't there something we can do about that?
Yes, I can see that for some it may be a difficulty. I design many buildings like this, and I have not heard feedback from any of my clients to that, for something of that nature, but I can understand that. We looked at a lot of different configurations to fit on this site, knowing it was pretty tight and that we wanted to balance, building coverage and parking and access, as well as green space. So we opted not to enlarge the footprint and the building to accommodate individual laundry rooms. We do have space in this lounge that if we opted, we probably could put a washer and dryer on each floor for that level of convenience to have a small outpost laundry for the residents there.
I may be the first senior you're hearing from that is raising this then. Council, I wonder, as a condition of approval, if you would agree to include a stackable washer and dryer on each floor lounge for the convenience of the residents.
Commissioner, we would like to take an opportunity to explore that.
Council, here's what I'll do. Let's hold your answer to that until you have a chance to touch base with your applicant. But so I'd appreciate that. We'll come back to that. But I would like an answer. I'm going to ask for an answer, agreement or refusal this evening. Commissioner Cobian.
Just one more question on the washing dryers. Does the architect know if there, or the attorney know if there's a cost for the seniors to wash their clothes, or is it included?
There is a cost.
Okay.
There is a cost.
Thank you.
And if I may just say that we would not provide a stackable washer and dryer because that would not be accessible.
Okay.
So it would be a side-by-side that we would need to provide to accommodate an accessible laundry facility for all the residents.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubiero.
So we're looking at a possible condition to put separate apartment with machines in every floor here. Is that what I'm understanding? Since we won't be able to put the machines side by side in their apartment, possibly. I'm trying to follow this.
Yeah, I think what the architect and please correct me if I'm wrong, has suggested is that they could put small machines on every floor in the lounges, which are on every floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
But they haven't agreed to do that yet. It's just the architect said that could be done. Are there any other questions for the architect? I'd just like to note that in the on the first floor, there's an exercise room. And you stated that there will be senior appropriate exercise machines. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, my senior appropriate exercise machine is a lazy boy. I don't know if that could fit in there.
We may have some recliners in the lobby or in the community room where we've got a big screen TV.
You're making me want to put my application in. Commissioner Montford, Vice Chair Montford, sorry. You're muted.
I'm noticing that 3 bathrooms. Is one special? Is one ADA?
They're all ADA. They will all be ADA.
So why is there 3?
We could have done 2. You know, the common areas here are designed for the residents. They all have apartments, and the plumbing code describes what number of fixtures we need. We opted to put a 3rd one in just to make it a little bit more convenient, closer to exercise and laundry. They're also for the few staff who will work here as well as if there's a visiting nurse or social worker or caseworker who comes, or others who provide programs for the residents in the building.
No comment.
Thank you. Any further questions for the architect? Did you do the landscaping plan also?
No, sir.
No. Are there any questions further questions from the board for the architect? If none, other questions from the public for the architect? If so, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the phone, press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council?
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, will be the traffic engineer, Mr. Nathan Mosley.
Mr. Mosley, Mr. Cullen tried to take over your job there.
It's okay.
We tried to hold him back. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application.
Sure. So again, my name is Nathan Mosley, Mosley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey with Shropshire Associates. Our address is 277 Whitehorse Pike, Atco, New Jersey, and I'm the traffic engineer for the applicant.
Ms. Mosley, have you appeared before this board in the past?
I don't believe I've been before the zoning board before, no.
Well, welcome. It's a big treat for you to be here then.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Counsel, you want to briefly go over his qualifications, qualify him?
Yes, sure. Mr. Mosley, could you please give a brief description of your educational background?
I can do that, sure. So I have a bachelor's of science degree in civil engineering from Drexel University. I'm a licensed professional engineer in good standing currently in the state of New Jersey. I'm also a certified municipal engineer in the state of New Jersey. I'm a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, as well as the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I'm the managing partner for Shropshire Associates. I've been there now for about 23 years doing traffic engineering work throughout the state. I've been qualified as an expert in traffic engineering by hundreds of planning and zoning boards throughout the state, although not here before. And I've also testified before in Superior Court.
Well, we'll recognize Mr. Mosley as an expert in the field of traffic engineering, and welcome, Mr. Mosley. Counsel?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mosley, you're familiar with the subject property in the immediate area?
Yes, I am. That's
okay.
Correct.
And you've had an opportunity to visit the site and do a field recognizance?
Yes.
Okay. And you've prepared a report in preparation of your testimony this evening?
Yes, we prepared a traffic engineering assessment report that was dated May 1st, 2025.
Okay. Can you please proceed with your report and explain exactly the activities that you undertook and what your findings were?
Sure, not a problem. I'm just going to bring up an exhibit just as a kind of a visual. I think it's one of the ones that Mr. Collins shared earlier. Share. There we go. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Again, this is just a layout, a rendered layout of the site plan for the proposed application at the intersection of Lyons and Aldine Street. So the first thing that we did was we went out and we did a field visit to the site, went out and saw the existing conditions. Lyons Avenue in this area is under the jurisdiction of Essex County. It's County Route 602. Aldine Street is a city street under the jurisdiction of the city of Newark. In this area, Lyons Avenue is a 2-lane roadway, single lane in each direction, has on-street parking on both sides of the roadway. Aldine Street is one-way only in the southbound direction, so on my screen going right to left. It does permit parking on both sides of the road, although there are certain limitations during time of day conditions, specifically related to the George Washington Elementary School that's across the street. Parking is restricted on the opposite side of the street during school hours and used by employees, staff, and parents for pickup and drop off. So the first thing we did was we went out and we did traffic counts. We did counts in March of 2025. The counts were done during a typical weekday, which was Tuesday, March 18th, and also on Saturday, which was March 15th. The weekday counts were done from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. at the existing signalized intersection of Lyons Avenue and Aldine Street, and then again that afternoon from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And the reason we did the extended counts in the afternoon, or we did a 4-hour count, was we wanted to make sure that we captured both school activity and traffic associated with the school in both the morning and the afternoon, as well as any commuter traffic, people going to and from work, residential traffic for this area itself. So what we found was that the busiest 1 hour in the morning, which is in traffic engineering analyses, we look at the peak hours. So the busiest hour in the morning, the busiest hour in the afternoon. The busiest hour in the morning happened from 7:45 to 8:45, and in the afternoon it was from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. So it kind of coincided with school drop-off times in the morning and pickup times in the afternoon for this area. Saturday counts we did from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and that peak hour was from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Once we identify the peak hours, then we want to look to the future conditions as well, because we're talking about a project that's going to come online hopefully in the next couple of years. And so in addition to just analyzing the existing conditions, we always project additional traffic for future growth that may happen in this area. That growth, or that projection, is based upon annual background growth rates that are provided to us by the New Jersey Department of Transportation. We apply those rates out into the future to analyze existing or future traffic that will be added in this area. And we call that the no-build traffic, meaning there's traffic in the future without any building from the proposed development. Once we've established those future conditions without traffic from the site, then we want to look at how much traffic the site's going to generate. We look to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE. They publish trip generation data in the ITE Trip Generation Manual. The current edition is the 11th edition. The proposed development, which you've already heard extensive testimony from the site engineer as well as the architect, it's a senior adult housing project, 48 total units within 5 stories. So the most applicable land use category under ITE's classification is land use category 252, which is senior adult housing, multifamily or attached housing. Based upon the ITE trip generation rates, it's anticipated that the proposed development will generate a total of 10 trips during the AM peak hour, with a trip being either somebody entering the site or exiting the site, a total of 12 trips during the weekday PM peak hour, and a total of 16 trips during the Saturday midday peak hour. My experience with senior housing projects and developments is that a lot of times you see a little bit more activity outside of those peak hours, as typically the residents don't travel as much during the busiest times. So you don't see really a lot of traffic generated by these types of developments on a per unit basis. And again, very minimal traffic generation during these peak hours based upon the current ITE rates. So once we've determined the traffic to be generated by the site, then we look to see how it will be assigned to the existing roadway network. As noted, and as you can see on the plan here, the driveway, the access along Aldine Street, it's a right-in, right-out only because of the one-way directionality of Aldine Street. And we assign the traffic to the existing roadway network based upon the current peak hour volumes and the distribution of traffic along Lyons Avenue as well as along Aldine Street. So once we've added the traffic to be generated by the site into the future traffic volumes, we come up to what we call the build volumes, which are the future conditions with traffic from the site. And really the analysis that we want to see is if there's any impact as a result of the traffic from this proposed development. So the way that we do that is we do what we call a level of service analysis. Levels of service are a way for traffic engineers to evaluate any potential operating conditions or concerns that may be raised at an intersection. The levels of service are based upon the traffic volumes at those intersections, the capacity of those intersections, the lane configurations, the design of the traffic signal in this case, since it's a signalized intersection. And the levels of service go from a level of service A, meaning you have minimal delays for vehicles going through that intersection. You have good capacity, you have the additional capacity to accommodate more traffic in those areas, down to a level of service F where you maybe have, you're waiting for a minute or two trying to get through a traffic signal, you're sitting there at a stop sign for a minute or more trying to make a left or a right-hand turn. Those are typically the conditions you see for a level service F. You see higher delays, you see limited available capacity or an intersection that's already at its capacity from a traffic engineering design perspective. So what we found was that under existing conditions, the intersection of Lyons Avenue and Aldine Street during the weekday AM, the weekday PM, and the Saturday midday peak hours, it currently today operates at an overall level of service B during all 3 peak hours. So again, good levels of service in the overall conditions. The individual movements themselves, the individual approaches, they operate a level of service C or better during all peak hours. Again, good levels of service. Just as a point of reference, NJDOT considers anything that's level service D or better, so A, B, C, or D, to be a good level of service. So again, overall levels of service B and individual movements are operating at level service C or better during all peak hour conditions. When we looked at the future conditions without any traffic from the development, all movements continue to operate at the existing levels of service during all peak hours, and the overall intersection again continue to operate at level service B during all peak hour conditions. And then when we looked at the build conditions, when we looked at the analysis with the additional traffic from the site, again, the intersection continued to operate at level service B on the overall conditions during all 3 peak hours, and all individual movements continue to operate at existing levels of service during the weekday AM, the weekday PM, and the Saturday midday peak hours. So there was no change in the levels of service. There's still good levels of service. And the additional traffic, which is, really just a handful of trips during those peak hour conditions, didn't change anything. So it really is my opinion that, if you're to drive through in the future, if this project's approved and you see it operational and the traffic from it, you really won't see any real discernible difference in the conditions of the operations of the intersection, even with the additional traffic from this project during those peak hour conditions. So in addition to looking at the traffic generation and the levels of service and the traffic impacts, we also did a parking analysis per your zoning ordinance. That analysis was done of the existing conditions. We went out about 2 blocks around the site itself, and we went out and we did parking surveys again in March of 2025. Those surveys were done on a Wednesday, a Thursday, and also on a Saturday and a Sunday. The surveys were done from 7 p.m. I'm sorry. The surveys were done from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then again from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. During the weekday conditions, the Saturday counts were conducted from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and the Sunday counts were again conducted from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. All per the ordinance requirements in the city. So what we found was that the existing parking supply in this area, so the total amount of available on-street parking is about 474 total spaces based upon the vehicles that we counted, the available spaces that we counted, looking at the parking restrictions, et cetera. The available on-street parking is around 474 spaces within about a 1 to 2 block radius of the site itself. And what we found was that the maximum on-street parking demand, or the maximum number of vehicles that we saw, was about 275 vehicles. And so again, we had about 474 spaces, about 275 vehicles. Essentially, we saw about 200 available parking spaces within the immediate vicinity to the site. And again, I think that on-street parking is available if it's needed for this proposed development. There's more than enough available on-street parking if there were to be a few residents that would require a vehicle to be parked nearby. I don't see there being any real impact as far as the parking is concerned, of this development. I do understand, obviously, that there's the school across the street and they have parking needs, especially during those school hours, but there's more than enough parking available for this site beyond just what's on Aldine Street in the immediate vicinity, based upon the parking surveys that we did. So again, it's my opinion as the traffic engineer for the applicant that, one, this site will have minimal traffic generated by it because it is a senior housing project, and those typically are very low traffic generators. In addition to that, I do believe that the levels of service show that we will have a minimal off-site impact. Again, the driveway itself is a right-in, right-out only, so it is my opinion that it can operate safely and efficiently. I do know we are requesting a 24-foot wide driveway, whereas a 20-foot driveway is required. It is my opinion as a traffic engineer as well that the 24-foot aisle, while it does require a waiver or a variance, that it would be beneficial to this site to have a 24-foot wide drive aisle for two-way access for this project, for passenger vehicles. So I think that having a 24-foot wide width would provide for increased safety and efficiency for vehicles as they enter and exit the site, potentially if that happens at the same time. And then as far as the parking is concerned, again, we have off-street parking provided for the site, but if needed, there is more than sufficient on-street parking in the immediate area surrounding the project based upon the surveys that we did.
Counsel?
Mr. Chairman, I have no additional questions of the witness.
Mr. Traficante, could you turn on your camera?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Traficante, do you swear affirm the testimony about to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and title for the record.
My name is Charles Traficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I'm in the employment of the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the State Board.
Mr. Traficante.
Thank you. Mr. Mosley, do you have a copy of my report memo to the zoning board dated July 30th regarding your traffic and parking study?
I believe I do, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, then I'll call your attention to the second page. I believe it's the fourth bullet point. You mentioned testimony. You said there were within 2 blocks, you found, correct me if I'm wrong, 474 physical parking spaces within 2 blocks. And of those, how many were available when you did your inventories?
Yeah, we estimated about approximately 474 spaces within those areas that we counted, and we saw that at the peak demand, or the highest parking by existing vehicles, was 275. So the minimum availability was about 200 spaces in that immediate area.
All right, give or take.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you say 2 blocks, for the record, how far out did you go? Was it 500 feet, 600 feet, or did you stay to 300 feet?
Yeah, if I can just, I'm just going to share my screen. We had an exhibit in our traffic study that I will share with you. 1 second. So if you can see that there. So the site's located here. This is Aldine Street. Here's Lyons Avenue. So you can see all the areas in red. These are the areas that we surveyed as part of our parking study that was done. So we went on Aldine Street on both sides of Lyons, as well as north of Forest. And we also picked up other streets parallel to Aldine to the east and to the west.
All right. So to make things simple, it's getting late. All right. How many available parking spaces within 300 feet, a standard city block of your site? Of these 474 available, what's the actual number within 300 feet of this site?
So if we were just to go one block over and back, I'd have to get back to you on that. I'd have to look at that number and get back to you on that answer.
And that's the available on-site parking spaces, on-street parking spaces. That's the actual physical spaces. How many of those, again, within a 300-foot radius, were available the days and times you did your inventories or your surveys?
Yeah, if you give me like 5 minutes, I'll provide those numbers to you. I can give you those just for Willoughby, Clinton, Aldine on both sides, and just give me 1 second. I'll go back. It was in the report. I don't know that number off the top of my head. I apologize.
All right, and last question. All right, did your study take into account? It's the last bullet point on page 2. Applicant shall revise the traffic and parking assessment report to take into account the contributions to projected traffic along Aldine Street and Lyons Avenue from other proposed development projects, such as within 1,000 feet radius of the subject lot's site. Did you take into account other developments? Because I do know there's a project on Lyons Avenue that was approved 3 years ago, roughly, maybe 4.
Yeah, so we didn't take into account parking demands for any other specific developments in this area. But again, as I said, there's a minimum of 200 available parking spaces in this area. So there's an ample amount of on-street parking that's available during typical conditions in this area. I don't anticipate there being much of a need for the proposed senior housing itself. But again, we provided the parking analysis as requested, and it shows that there is a large number of available parking spaces, even when things are at their peak parking demand in this area.
Would it be fair to say that if other developments are taken into account, the number of available parking spaces would reduce?
That would be fair to say, but again, I don't think it would reduce to a point where there wouldn't be available parking for this proposed project or anything else.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll get back to you if I can in just a couple minutes. I'll get that number for you.
Yeah, let
All
us
right.
know when you have those. Are there any other questions for the traffic engineer? Questions for the traffic engineer from the board? Vice Chair Montfort.
Mr. Mosley, when you took the account, school was still in session?
Yes, that's correct. For both the parking and for the traffic counts themselves.
So the proposed site, when you took the account, what was there in the proposed site?
The site was vacant when we did our counts.
The site was vacant.
Correct.
So the teachers who worked in Carver, cars who often parked on that empty property on that particular day, there were no cars from teachers who work at George Washington Carver who have been parking in that empty lot for the past 3.5 years was not there.
I don't believe they were. I believe that lot was closed off at that point. They were parking on the street or within the school property itself.
Even with the closed off, they were still able to park there for a while. So I'm curious, like Mr. Traficante is, about you're coming up with 400 parking spots in the neighborhood. I'm just curious about how you come up with this, because Newark doesn't have any parking in that area right there. Definitely doesn't have parking, because between Weekway, Pomona, Shaw, Willoughby, Forest, those areas in that particular district, there is absolutely not much parking on the street. So I'm just curious, how did you come up with all these 400? They couldn't even come up with 400 slots when they were going to talk about putting apartments on Goldsmith and Pomona, where the school is now, when that project was originally supposed to be apartments, but it became a school. So I'm curious where you got your numbers from.
So we went out and did parking surveys. We looked at the existing on-street areas that permitted parking. Again, in all those areas I just showed in that other exhibit. And we then looked at how many cars could physically fit within those areas, even if there was no designated parking spaces, with some kind of a line marking it. And that's how we came up with the parking supply. And again, we went out about 2 or 3 blocks in some areas to evaluate the parking.
Just for compassion and empathy's sake, Do you really think we want our seniors walking 4 blocks to their home for parking? Why would you even count something that's 4 blocks away from a senior housing? We don't want our seniors having to walk 4 blocks from their car to where they live. Like, why would you even include that in your report? Just on some compassion and empathy. It just doesn't make sense.
So again, we provided the parking analysis just as a secondary point of data. I do believe that, the off-street parking that we have within the site will be, for the residents themselves and be utilized by the residents themselves. And, what I've seen with these types of projects, whether it's in the city of Newark or elsewhere, is that there's typically very few residents that have vehicles that they use on a full-time basis. They typically provide services and vans and other forms of transportation for the residents at these sites. And so the actual parking needs for these types of developments, these senior housing projects, are minimal. And I think given the area here, you'll have, some pedestrian activity as well. They can go to some of the local commercial areas that are immediately along Lyons. And I think that the parking for the site, the parking needs of the site will be minimal. Again, we provided off-street parking. The purpose of the parking surveys and the analysis was to just ensure that there's, if needed, additional parking available on the street. And it shows that there's more than enough parking available within walking distance of this site.
I get it, Mr. Mosley. Just for clarity, I know, we all go to school, but sometimes what they teach us in school does not fit. So the theory behind what you should count and shouldn't count, sometimes you got to take your personal, unless sometimes your empathy kick in and say, you know what, this doesn't make sense to count this. Because I know I want my mother considering to be walking to her home, even if she didn't drive, or if she did drive, to be parking blocks away to walk back to her home. I wouldn't want that. So why would I count it? But no further questions, Jim.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the traffic engineer from the board? Seeing none, are there questions from the public for the traffic engineer? Questions from members of the public for traffic engineer? If so, use the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. If you're on the phone, press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just wanted to answer the one question from your engineer as well about the parking, closer to the site itself.
Mr. Mosley, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So again, just going back to the question that was raised. So if you look at just what's available along Willoughby Street, which is just 1 block west, along Aldine Street, along Clinton, which is just 1 block east, and then Aldine on the other side of Lyons. So in those areas, there's approximately about 250 spaces that we indicated would be available for a parked vehicle to utilize in those areas. And the highest parking numbers that we saw in those areas were 172 vehicles. So again, you have about minimum 80 spaces available in the immediate vicinity of the site itself during typical weekday conditions. And again, that's the minimum. It goes up from there as you go towards, the overnight hours when most residents would be parking anyway if they're out for the day. But again, even in those, limited areas immediately closest to the site itself, there's still available parking, and in my opinion, more than enough available parking for any potential overflow if it can't be accommodated off street. So I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions of Mr. Mosley. The next witness would be the professional planner, John McDonough.
Mr. McDonough, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. McDonough, please state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application.
Hi, everyone. My name is John McDonough. I am the project planner. My address, 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey.
Thank you. Council? I'm sorry. Ms. McDonough is well known to this board. Ms. McDonough, is your planning license in full force and effect in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is.
You accept Mr. McDonough as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDonald, are you familiar with the subject property and the immediate neighborhood?
Yes, I am.
And did you do an analysis of the use of this property for a low-rise multifamily dwelling in connection with the controlling zoning plan and zoning ordinance governing this particular area?
Yes.
And could you present this board with your analysis?
Sure thing. I think I can wrap this up very briefly here. We have a project that has a special name associated with it, which will be right there, as you saw in the renderings. And it also has special land uses associated with it. Not one, but in my view, two inherently beneficial uses here in the form of senior housing and in the form of affordable housing. This is a 100% affordable housing project, which we know affordable housing is of paramount public interest. So this is going to be spot on with that planning goal. The applicant is asking the board to move on two buckets of relief here. There's a bucket of D relief. You've got D1 for a multifamily use in the C2 zone district, and then you've got D3 relief, conditional use relief for the extension of this multifamily building into the R3 zone. In both zones, 5-story buildings are allowed. This is not a site where we're asking for any relief related to the building coverage, to the lot coverage, and essentially the setbacks on all sides. So we're not looking at any issues with the building per se. There is some relief related to what the building is being filled with, but I think the degree of departure is not substantial here. Number one, with respect to the D1, over in the C2 zone, we're supposed to have a commercial use. We think that the economic development aspect of that, by putting stores along lines, is actually met here by putting people here who will provide a consumer population to support those local businesses and bolster the C2 zone district. If you live here, mixed use would somewhat be redundant. You've got a supermarket, a food market right down the street within reasonable walking distance and other amenities as well. You do have those bus stops right there in front of the site, which provides ease of access and circulation to local community amenities as well. On the other side, over on the R3 zone, the only relief relates to the density. We took the conservative approach here. You heard Zeke's testimony at the outset that only a little piece of the building falls into the R3 district, but we applied the R3 density requirement of 500 square feet per unit. That would cap us out at 40 units here. We're asking for 48. But if we applied the C2 standard at 375 square feet, 54 units would be allowed here. And I think while it's technical relief, the practical reality is here, most of this building, 90% or so, is in the C2 zone district where we would be fully compliant, in fact, below the threshold of the allowable density. Notwithstanding that, the applicant has given you adequate testimony and evidence to show that the site can accommodate the density here, water supply, sewer supply, parking demand as well through the testimony of Nate that you just heard, that the supply will meet the actual demand and the walkable nature of the area, the availability of mass transit, and that you do have parking within reasonable distance on the street. We believe that the application advances multiple purposes of zoning here. This is what we call, again, an inherently beneficial use, so we don't have to elaborate on the positive criteria. They are automatically satisfied here. This project advances multiple public purposes, including affordable housing, which advances purpose G of the land use law to provide for housing according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens. Purpose P, senior housing. Purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare with new housing stock. Purpose I, positive aesthetics. And purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land. This is a simplified 4-prong test. We just identified the public interest. Second prong is to identify the public impacts. You've got good testimony that the site will flow, function, and operate safely and efficiently through the testimony of Zeke, through the testimony of Mary as well. It's going to be a very comfortable, spacious place to live. And the building and the project is certainly compatible with the area and the site can accommodate the density here, again, meeting the C2 standard. Prong number 3 is where the board comes into play, identify any mitigative measures to lessen the impacts. The board has authority to impose reasonable restrictions or conditions as part of an interactive process. This board is always very good at doing that. And then finally, prong number 4, consider on balancing whether the public interest at stake outweighs any mitigated impacts. On balancing, the clear weight here is on the positive side. Relief for this project at this location can be granted without any substantially adverse impacts. You heard about all of the C relief here. We got relief for coverage. We've got relief for an exaggerated setback, which is going to provide for more landscaping. We've got good solid testimony from Nate before me with respect to the parking. And I believe that covers, and transparency, which you heard through Mary's testimony. And then finally, the design exception for the driveway width, which you've heard through 2 witnesses, both traffic and site engineer, all said this is a really, really good application. The relief at the end of the day is not a substantial departure from the zone scheme. 5-story buildings could go here in both zones, and we believe the criteria are met with this inherently beneficial use, and approval is warranted. And that's all I have on direct.
Counsel, anything further from this witness?
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions for the planner from the board? Questions from the planner from the board? Mr. McDonough, why is this an inherently beneficial use?
There's a case called Homes of Hope, which found that projects that are 100% affordable are inherently beneficial under the law. I've also taken the position in court that the provision of senior housing is inherently beneficial. That's on a lower court level. And there, the court agreed with me.
And what makes this senior housing, Mr. McDonough, if you know?
I'll leave that to council in terms of what the legal restrictions on age will be, but it's certainly going to be age targeted, if not age limited.
Age targeted, you said?
Yes, in terms of the amenities, I think it goes through Mary's testimony that this is certainly going to be a development that's aimed at seniors. I think the project is actually called the Sheila Oliver Senior Apartment Project.
But you don't know if it's limited to seniors?
That's the testimony that I've heard, that this will be housing for seniors. I heard the witnesses before me talk about how it would accommodate seniors. And again, I'll leave it to council as to the legal conditions that would be hooked to that.
Thank you. Counsel, you have any other witnesses?
I have one final witness, Mr. Chairman, and that is the representative of the applicant, Charles Oliver.
Let's call Mr. Oliver. I saw him here earlier. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, yes. Could you raise your right hand, sir? Could you do you swear or affirm the testimony about the bar to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Charles Oliver, co-managing member of the Sheila Y. Oliver Senior Housing Community, 28 Valley Road, Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Oliver, have you been designated by the city of Newark as a redeveloper for this site, subject property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you under agreement with the city of Newark to purchase these lots from the city of Newark?
Yes, sir.
And is your agreement with the city of Newark to develop senior housing?
Yes, sir.
Is there an age restriction for the residents who will reside in the proposed development?
Yes, sir. It's targeting the senior population at 55 and over. 100% affordable. So 42 of the units will be at 60% of the AMI. So that projected rent number will be at around $1,290 a month. We also have 5 units designated for seniors with special needs at 20% of the AMI, and that's projected at $338 a month.
Okay. Can you just speak to the driving force and the vision for this particular project?
Yes, the driving force of this project really is to really honor my aunt, my family. First and foremost, my family is grew up in this neighborhood um, many years ago from my grandparents, and so it's really just a testament to honoring my family, but more importantly, my aunt who grew up in this neighborhood, and the population demographics that she that was nearest to her heart was the senior population because she did take care of my grandmother, her mother, and also a driving force is to help revitalize this area and provide affordable housing, which will we be doing at the site, and also community space as well. That the foundation that my family created, the Sheila Y. Oliver Foundation, will host different events for not only just the senior residents in the building, which will consist of financial literacy events, computer gaming events. Um, Also, local residents and constituents of the area, we do plan on hosting different events, book bag drives, financial literacy programs, and also employment workforce events as well.
Will you be working with any outside agencies in terms of providing services to the seniors that will reside in this property?
Yes, Council. Yes, we have a partnership agreement to work with Catholic Charities to provide health services, management services for the senior residents in the building. We also have interests in talks with Beth Israel, which is coincidentally located 2 blocks away from the projected site, about them as well offering potential health services to the senior residents in the building who would like to utilize it.
And how will the residents of this property be selected or determined?
Residents and occupants will be selected through a lottery system.
Okay. Um, and will there be any jobs created through this project? Will there be any employees or staff on site?
Yes, there'll be one on-site superintendent employed full-time, and that person will occupy the one superintendent unit attached to the project.
And the programming, or should I say the facilities that are being provided on the ground level, are they specifically for the residents? Will any part of those facilities be available to the public, or is it just for the residents that will reside in the property?
No, sir. Some of the residents, some of the community components will be predicated for local constituents in the neighborhood residents, but that would just be based on events planned by our foundation. For example, like I said, we will, host different school, back to school book bag drives in that space. We'll have financial literacy programs in that space. We'll also have employment workforce events in that space as well. But the actual day-to-day, that space will only be occupied by the senior residents in that building. They'll be the ones who will have day-to-day access to it.
No further questions of the witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there questions for the witness from the board? Questions for the witness from the board? Commissioner Torres.
Yes, thank you. Will there be security detail there in the senior building?
Mr. Oliver, can you speak to that at all? Or I think Ms. Johansson has spoke to the security issues in her testimony.
Yeah,
but if you can,
Johnson did mention video cameras. This, I think, was a security officer.
Security officer, okay, thank you, I'm sorry.
That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure on if there'll be a security officer present at the facility 24/7. I do know, like Mary mentioned, that there will be security cameras present all throughout the building in the project. But I'm not 100% sure if there's going to be security officer present at at the building at all times.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Oliver, in your financing for this project, are you limited to renting to seniors by your financing agreement?
Yes, Chairman. So I'm going after something called the low income housing tax credit. And that limits you to it being rented to seniors, and not just only seniors, but seniors at an affordable rate.
Yeah, which program is that?
The 9% low income housing tax credit.
And your testimony is that that limits you to renting to seniors?
Yes, sir.
And does it describe what a senior is? Does it define what a senior is?
Yes, over the age of 55.
Okay, so as a condition of approval, would you agree to limit leasing these apartments to persons who are seniors, that is over 55 years of age, and to no one else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Thank you. And Mr. Oliver, were you involved in putting the landscaping plan together or looking that over?
I did.
Yeah, I'm going to say you were, because there's a lot of, we've been seeing many folks don't want to plant the trees that required, and your team came forward with a really lush landscaping plan. Good for the city, good for its residents, good for the seniors. Vice Chair Monfort, thank you for that. Vice Chair Monfort? You're muted.
Yeah, Mr. Oliver, the chairman had spoke to your counselor earlier about the washer and dryer situation. I fight very hard for non-seniors to have washers and dryers inside apartments under modern developments. And I don't see any reason why I shouldn't fight harder for our seniors to have the same thing. So, Mr. Chair, they need to take 5 minutes to get an answer to that, because I'm always going to fight for the washer and dryers to be inside the apartments.
So Commissioner Monfort, what the architect had suggested was to add a washer and dryer on each floor in the lounge on each floor. Are you now requesting for washers and dryers in each unit?
It would be nice, but if it's whatever's condition, I just agree with you earlier. Some seniors may not be able to carry the basket, may not be able to roll the basket all the way downstairs. I think we need to make it as convenient for them as possible.
Understood. Council,
if I may, Mr. Chairman.
One second, Council.
Sure.
And clearly, this is something that we'll expect you to discuss with your client. I would note, though, as Vice Chair Monfort has said, it has become the norm for this board, in fact, the city, to require in-apartment washers and dryers. I think Commissioner Monfort is, and I, that's why we raised this. And I would ask that you take 5 minutes with that in mind and touch base with your applicant to see if that's to see if your applicant would agree to provide in-unit washer and dryers, or at least the washers and dryers that are currently in the plan, supplemented by the additional washers on each floor in the lounge spaces. So let's take 10 minutes and allow council to have that condition, discuss that condition with his client. It's 10:25. We'll be back, and let's do it promptly at 10:35, because I'm a senior and it's approaching my bedtime.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's go off the record.
Recording stopped.
Oh, okay. Let's go back on the record.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back on the record in this case. So we took a brief recess to give counsel time to discuss with his client the requested condition for additional washers. Counsel? You're muted.
Can you hear me now? I think that's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had the opportunity to speak with the client, and we understand the concern. Obviously, the way the project is currently designed was intended to provide a social area, a lounge area on the floors where the residents could interact and socialize without not necessarily having to go down to the ground floor, just to have that alternative. So what we'd like to propose, Commissioner, is that we would place a washer and dryer on floors 2, 3, and 4, and allow 5 to remain as proposed with the lounge. So there's still an opportunity for the residents, if they choose to congregate within the lounge area, as opposed to going down to the ground floor, if that's acceptable.
So just to make sure I understand, what you're proposing is to maintain the laundry area on the ground floor, to place additional machines in the lounges on floors 2, 3, and 4, but not on floor 5. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Montford?
I can see that working.
Commissioner Riviero?
I think we had an application similar to this, and then the applicant put 1 machine or 2 machines only in every floor, which I don't think that was a good amount of machines for the amount of units we approved. Is there a certain amount we could actually set a standard to, at least 4 of them, or 5, 6? I'm not sure.
Council, what's the total number of machines that you would provide? And
I think the testimony earlier was that there was, if I'm correct, Mary, there was 4 washers and 4 dryers on the ground floor. Is that correct? Or wasn't?
There are 6 washers and 6 dryers in the large laundry room on the first floor.
So there would be on each floor 2, 3, and 4. There would be 1 washer and 1 dryer. If you look at that plans, that corridor, which was going to be a lounge and social area, is a very narrow space. So it'd be difficult to put, 2 washers, 2 dryers, meaning 4 machines on, in that very tight corridor.
So the total with your proposal, 6 washers, 6 dryers in the laundry facility on the first floor, 1 washer and 1 dryer on each on floors 2, 3, and 4. So that would bring us to 9 washers and 9 dryers in total. Is that correct, Council?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Riviero.
About on the 4th floor, we take out the lobby area, make it a whole laundry room, if possible.
You're completely changing the configuration of that floor, and that will have an impact on the way the units are now configured, and it may also impact the budget, the project budget, which, this has all been financed through low-income housing tax credits. So there is there's no margin in terms of
Space.
not only space but financing for this project. It is all being funded through low-income housing tax credits. So we don't have any leeway in terms of this budget.
Thank you.
Any other comments regarding this proposed change to the plan? Vice Chair Monfort said that not what he requested, but he said he could live with it. I think that's what he said. As a condition of approval, council, does your applicant agree to maintain the laundry area with 6 washers and 6 dryers, with a minimum of 6 washers and 6 dryers in the laundry area, and then a minimum of 1 washer and 1 dryer on each floor, on each of the following floors, floor 2, 3, and 4, to bring the building with a total of a minimum of 9 washers and 9 dryers. Mr.
Yes.
Hanson might be able to work some magic in excess of that, but that'll be the minimum. Is that condition of approval acceptable to your client, counsel?
That condition is acceptable, Mr. Chairman.
And it is was accepted by I think both Commissioner Riviera and Vice Chair Monfort. Counsel, anything further here? Any further witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Now the opportunity for members of the public to make statements. If you care to make a statement, please identify yourself by raising your hand. Miss Wen, forgive me, I didn't see and I forgot you were here. Before I let you make a statement, did you have questions for any of the witnesses?
I do have a concern.
Yeah, but before you give us your statement,
No questions.
Okay, great. So now's the time for you to make a statement. Could you raise your hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship, if any, to this application.
My name is Allison Wen. I'm speaking on behalf of 305 Lyons Avenue. My father is the owner of a laundromat there. And I would like to oppose the applicant's request and urge the board to deny the variances because this is a oversized, out-of-scale residential development in a zone that is not intended for this use. The existing C2 zoning was created to support small-scale commercial activity alongside compatible residential uses, not fully residential multifamily buildings with no commercial component. As my father is a business owner in this neighborhood, he experiences the pressure on parking and infrastructure, especially with the nearby schools and hospital. These problems already affect us, and this proposal would significantly worsen them. The community is growing, and with every new project, we need to ask, are we prepared to handle more traffic, or are we just hoping the system will absorb it? To echo Mr. Monfort's earlier point, teachers are already parking in the lot next to the laundromat. If the area had enough parking, that wouldn't be happening. This is not an isolated inconvenience. It's a symptom of an already overstretched system that this proposal would only make worse. This proposal includes 48 units across 5 stories and only 15 parking spaces. It's hard to see how that can serve residents, staff, and visitors while creating further congestion. The traffic analysis also seems overly optimistic and doesn't reflect the reality we see every day. I would like to note that Mr. Oliver mentioned the target age is seniors over 55, and my father, who is in his 60s, still drives every day. While the C2 zone does allow up to 5 stories in certain cases, that's based on a mixed-use vision, commercial on the ground floor with housing above, to maintain walkable, community-focused corridors. I don't think this proposal aligns with that purpose and threatens the balance the zoning code is designed to protect. Approving this application would not only alter the character of the neighborhood, but also set a precedent for future developments that ignore the zoning's original intent. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to uphold the current zoning and deny the requested variances.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Are there any questions for the objector?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Monford.
Ms. Nguyen, you stated that this will change the character of the neighborhood. How will it change the character of the neighborhood where a lot that has sat empty for many years with no commercial development, no residential development? So how will letting the lot remain empty continuously when no one has come to that corner to change that corner in any shape, form, or fashion?
I think there definitely should be something built, but I don't think the parking problems are addressed properly, or like traffic conditions, even for the current proposal.
That's in a nutshell when it comes to parking. It's never going to be addressed. But how long have your father owned the laundromat?
I think it's been over 5 years.
Right, because the laundromat originally had a different owner.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
Are there any other questions for the objector? Are there any other persons who care to make a statement at this time? Seeing none, counsel.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make one clarification regarding one of the conditions, and that was the age restriction of 55 years. And speaking with regard to the laundromat, I had opportunity to speak further with my client on that. So this project is age restricted to 55, and under the state regulations, 80% of the units have to be restricted to age 55 and over. The head of household has to be 55. So you could have a couple where the wife is 54 and the husband is 56 or 55, right? So they would qualify under the age restriction. And then there's 20%, which can be an other age. But in this particular cases, the other 20% would only be leased to persons who have a disability. So they could qualify if they're disabled, but that would be the only distinction in terms of the age restriction. And there are 5 units that are ADA compliant in the proposed development. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
So with those caveats, does your client still agree to accept as a condition of approval, the age will be restricted to seniors 55 or older, so at least one member, the head of the household, is a senior, and that no more than 20% of the apartments can be filled by persons who are disabled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you. And that's, I think I raised that, so that would be acceptable to me. Thanks for the clarification, counsel. Counsel.
So, Chairman, Commissioners of the Zoning Board of the City of Newark, we're requesting preliminary and final site plan approval for this project. We're also seeking 2D variances, which has been testified to, a use variance because the property is located in a C district, which does not allow this specific use. And we're also seeking a D3 variance because the project does not meet one condition of the conditional use requirement, and that's density. It's required to have 500 square feet per dwelling unit. In this case, we have approximately 428 square feet per dwelling unit. We're also seeking variances for exceeding the front yard setback on Aldine Street, which is 5 feet, and the proposed footage is actually 8.1. Variance for exceeding the maximum impervious lot coverage, which is 75%, and what's being proposed is 84.3%. We're also seeking a variance for exceeding the maximum driveway width, which for a two-way driveway entrance is 20, the maximum width is 20 feet. And we are requesting 24 for all the reasons that were given during the testimony. We're also seeking the variances for the insufficient building facade transparency. And as we clarified, the determination of the zoning officers that 6 times or 6 variances are needed for the facade transparency. And then the final one is the insufficient off-street parking. 15 parking spaces are being provided on site. Because of the EV, the electric vehicle stations, there's a credit of 2. So actually there's 17. We get credit for 17 on-site or off-street parking spaces. Therefore, 31 off-site parking spaces are required. And I think, and we all understand that parking is a major issue in many of the communities and neighborhoods in Newark. And I think the traffic engineer appropriately and properly testified that there is sufficient on-street parking. This is a senior development, so we know that everyone who resides in this property will not drive. And so we believe that, there's sufficient parking for the 31 spaces that will be needed. And also this property is on a Lyons Avenue, which is a county road, and which is serviced by public transportation. So that also will play into the need for parking too. So with that said, we're requesting, again, preliminary and final site plan approval with those variances. This is, as was testified by the planner, Mr. McDonald, 100% affordable housing. So it is an inherently beneficial use, and it satisfies the positive criteria for a variance. And he also testified that there are no significant or substantial detriments to the neighborhood. So we believe that this is an appropriate use of this particular site, and we request that the board approve the application.
Thank you. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board, please? Discussion from the board. So I really am I'm very concerned about density variances, D3s, and was concerned about it here. Mr. McDonough's testimony convinced me otherwise here, and took that concern away. I appreciate the use of permeable pavers that without us asking. This is an unusual site. I want to thank Ms. Wen for coming out. I hear her concerns. I note that this site straddles two areas, and in one area, the R3 area, this is conditionally permitted. There's one condition that isn't met, and I think it's de minimis. I do agree about the continuing and growing problem of the overabundance of cars and traffic that's created in the city. I have never heard a testimony of a traffic engineer that has admitted that this will bring more traffic and create more parking problems in the city. Nor have I, well, with all the traffic, I don't think everybody is taking public transportation as traffic engineers also assure us is happening. This is a problem of urban areas, especially urban areas in the Northeast. And however, I'm not going to let that one concern make me say that this is something I won't vote for. I will vote for this, and I would hope that the applicant, Mr. Oliver and Council Miles, perhaps reach out to Ms. Wren. You know that this board is not completely happy with the situation of washers and dryers. They might be able to provide some assistance with laundry service that might be needed by many and welcome by many in the building. It would be a good neighborly thing to do. Commissioner, Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wynn, for coming out. I tell you, it's been a long time since we've seen a plan with landscaping the way the landscaping is. Because if you know that corner, it's naked. I mean, there's not a tree in sight that really stands out. There's maybe a couple baby trees around, but to increase the landscaping on that corner is that is an outstanding part of the design and the layout for this application. I look at it, I know it says commercial space on the Lyons Avenue side, residential on the Aldine side, because the two houses next door are actually 4 families. That's on Aldine. Those are 4 family. Believe it or not, those are 4 family homes. But senior housing does something in our neighborhood. It changes the behavior of adults and young adults in the neighborhood, more so than regular housing, more so than commercial. When individuals in our community sees seniors living across the street, they have a tendency to kind of curb their behavior a little differently. Sorry. There is a bar across the street called Oasis. Been there for years. It's been a hot spot. I would rather see senior living to help change the culture and the dynamics of that corner than some more commercial space of something that may increase walking traffic and may increase bad habits. The fact that they are making these apartments thinking ahead for if a senior who wants to live there because something happened, now they have to move because this apartment is not logistically able to handle them getting a railing or moving around in a scooter or a walker, like some of the old senior apartments that's in the city. A lot of our seniors are in walkers now. It's hard for them to maneuver because the apartments was not planned for lifetime living. Also, it's honoring the late Lieutenant Governor whose passion was seniors, who led the Department of Community Affairs, which dealt with seniors. So to see her do something in the neighborhood where she graduated from, went the Weekway, and to have her name on a building in the area that's dear to her heart, I can see myself supporting the project.
Thank you. Other comments from the board? Commissioner Gomez-Añez.
Ms. Nguyen brought up a very good point and a well thought out statement. I will say that an issue we do have in the city is one is we have to take care of our population, especially our senior population. But you know, it would never make sense to put a commercial unit on the first floor of this building. You know, the building itself, the LIHTC program, you know, is meant for people that are heavily income challenged. That's why the government pays for it. There's also the benefit to this particular development that on the next corner, they're putting a brand new supermarket. It's being built out as we speak. So it makes it easier for the seniors to access resources in their neighborhood. But, you know, I'm gonna be in favor of this project. I think it's a great project for that area. But we still need market rate density to be able to support a lot of those businesses, and keep that corridor active.
Thank you. Other comments from the board? Are there other comments from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair Monfort.
make an application. I'm sorry. I make a motion that application ZBA -25-219 be approved with all the conditions stated on the record.
We have a motion for approval with conditions. Commissioner Monfort, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Jones. Call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Hardesty, Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Council, I'm going to ask if you would agree to accept a conditional preliminary and a conditional final site plan approval. Those conditional approvals would turn automatically into full approvals once you have shown to the acceptance of board staff and city staff that you've met all the conditions agreed to here this evening. Is that something you'll agree to, council, on behalf of your applicant? Of course, if you can agree with the city or board staff, you certainly have the right to come back to this board. Is that something you'll agree to on behalf of your client, council?
I will agree.
Thank you. May I call the roll, please?
There a motion?
Oh, I'm
Motion.
sorry. Motion for preliminary conditional and preliminary final site plan approval. Motion from
Rivero. Second, Comesañas.
Rivero, second from Comesañas. Call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes, congratulations. Your application and preliminary conditional and preliminary final site plan approval have been approved.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I hate to do this, but
Don't
I
be
really-
sorry, counsel. You probably want to talk to our lawyer offline.
I need to speak with my
You
client.
probably want to talk to our lawyer offline, counsel.
Okay, because there's one issue.
What's the issue?
The issue is, Commissioner, is the application for the low-income housing tax credit is due the beginning of September, and we need final approval.
Well, counsel, I suggest you move on it then.
Okay, and once the conditions are met, it will become final.
That's
Is
correct.
that- Okay.
We do that so that we relieve you from having to come back before this board, which if you want, rather do that, we could do that. But I think this would be more expeditious for you, your client.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good evening. Council, are there resolutions to memorialize?
No, Mr. Chairman, not tonight.
How are we on resolutions, council?
I think we're doing pretty good, right, Sylvia?
I haven't looked at it.
I think we're up to June now. It's just June and July.
Sylvia's jet lagged. She doesn't, she just wants to go to bed. But that's good to hear. I don't believe there are any minutes to memorialize. Is that correct, Ms. Mejia?
That is correct, yes.
Council, are there any matters for which we have to go into executive session?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Mejia, are we here next week?
No, we are not. The next meeting is on the 14th.
The 14th, August 14th is our next meeting. How many matters on the agenda?
I want to say there's 4.
So that's closed. That agenda is closed, right?
Yes.
That's correct. So there, that ends our agenda. The motion to adjourn is always in order and non-debatable.
Move it.
We have a motion to adjourn. Comisanis moves it. Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Good night.
Good
How
night,
many days
everyone.
left?
Good
How
night.
many days you got left, Jones?
Good night.
The 28th we go back.
You go back.
Too
Yeah.
soon.
Okay, she's counting the days back. Yeah, I thought you were gonna count the days left.
No. We go back to 28th.
Recording stopped.
Have a good night.